Good morning. It is 5 a.m. And I'm Jay Harper with your top stories. A clear sky, 53 degrees on Music Row. A complete forecast and your first traffic report are upcoming. Tragedy in the western Nashville metro last night. A teenage boy is dead and his teenage sister is recovering in the hospital after a shooting at a park in Bellevue. According to Metro Police, the shooting occurred around 8 o'clock last night at the Red Caboose Park. Police say a fight broke out between a group of females in the parking lot. Then others joined in the altercation. During the fight, police say an individual pulled out a gun and started shooting. A 16-year-old girl and a 13-year-old boy were hit in the shooting. The two victims were identified as brother and sister. The 13-year-old boy was transported to an area hospital with multiple gunshot wounds where he later died. The 16-year-old, who is expected to be okay, was able to give police a name and description of the shooter. Here's Nashville Police spokesman Don Ahrens.
We have witnesses who are also here who are going to continue to provide information to us to help further this investigation.
Police spotted an individual who matched the suspect's description walking along Highway 70 about a half mile from the park. That individual was detained and is being questioned. The jury in Donald Trump's New York criminal trial will begin their second day of deliberations today. ABC's Peter Haralambou says there's been no indication from inside the courtroom to suggest how long the jury may need to reach a verdict.
It's fully in their hands. They could take as long as they'd like. And it's hard to really read the time being any indication of how they're feeling. It's hard to know with this jury, but there's plenty of factors about witness credibility, the document-heavy evidence in the case that could make this the kind of deliberations that really drag on.
New concerns about the terror group ISIS-K. The militants claim responsibility for a recent terror attack on a packed concert hall in Russia. Now they're calling for an attack inside the United States. Here's ABC's Rhiannon Ally.
Police on high alert after terror threats made against the upcoming Cricket World Cup on New York's Long Island. Authorities now saying an extra 100 officers will be assigned to the event. Hundreds of thousands of people are expected to attend the tournament. A no-fly zone will be enforced and no bags will be allowed inside unless they are clear and medically necessary.
The market numbers report this morning brought to you by Beacon Capital Management. Find them online at beaconcm.com. Here are the futures ahead of the opening bell. The Dow futures down 325, S&P 500 down 22.5, NASDAQ futures down 72 and a quarter. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather are next. I'm Jay Harper, WTN News.
Hey, what's up, guys? This is Matt Murphy for Members Nutrition. I want to tell you about the Members Nutrition difference, and I want to encourage you to go over to the Members Nutrition website. Number one, they believe at Members Nutrition that they can sell vitamins and supplements at a lower cost point, and they're doing it every single day at membersnutrition.com. Number two, they want to make these products right here in the United States of America, not from some overseas company, and they do that every single day. I encourage you to go to membersnutrition.com. You'll get 50% off your purchase price at checkout. You don't have to put in any codes. Just go to membersnutrition.com. Once again, membersnutrition.com.
Information fueled.
Opinion driven. This is Nashville's Morning News with Dan Mandis.
And so, my fellow Americans,
we talk news.
5:06 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Part of me wants to thank Judge Merchan for being such an idiot because he is proving people like Donald Trump right. He is proving their case when Trump has been out there saying this whole thing is rigged. And then what does Merchan do? Yesterday, he literally rigged the jury. It's 5:07, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. I mean, Donald Trump was one of millions of Americans yesterday who heard about Judge Merchan's jury instructions, and they're just confused.
Mother Teresa could not beat these charges. These charges are rigged. The whole thing is rigged. You have a trial like this where the judge is so conflicted he can't breathe. He's got to do his job. And it's not for me, that I can tell you. It's a disgrace. And I mean that. Mother Teresa could not beat those charges, but we'll see.
I mean, we will see. This is going to be day 2 of the jury deliberations. But you've no doubt heard what it is that the judge wants to do. And the judge, as he is telling the jury that, well, you don't necessarily have to be unanimous when it comes to your decision. Telling the jury that ultimately they don't have to be unanimous in their decision. A lot of people are saying this is unconstitutional. Now, there's several cases that I have seen that people are utilizing to talk about how this is unconstitutional. The Supreme Court decided that juries have to be unanimous on all aspects of a case. Now, that was back in 2020. So now you have the battle of the legal minds, right? You have some folks on CNN and MSNBC who are saying that this judge is absolutely correct. But others are saying no. There's a case from back in, I think it's 2020, Ramos versus Louisiana, where the Supreme Court, they were clear that the Supreme Court does have to be unanimous on all aspects of the case. So again, the battle of the legal minds is certainly continuing this morning. Donald Trump again saying it is rigged, and Judge Merchan really proving him correct. Here's part of the conversation, is that the judge saying, well, you don't have to be unanimous, but if you decide that Donald Trump did commit a crime, then these jurors can choose from 3 possible unlawful means that they can apply. Here's exactly what Judge Merchan said. According to the Associated Press, they say your verdict, this is what Merchan said to the jury, your verdict on each count you consider, whether guilty or not, must be unanimous, adding that is, each and every juror must agree to it, but that said, they do not need to be unanimous on what crime they think that Donald Trump is guilty of. So if they think that, everybody says, okay, we think that he's guilty, but they don't have to agree on the reasons why they think that he is guilty. Well, I just told you back in 2020, in the case Ramos versus Louisiana, juries have to be unanimous on all aspects of a case. So they all can say, well, we think that he's guilty, but they have different reasons for it. That means that the jury is not unanimous on all aspects of the case. So it doesn't make any sense. I mean, it does make sense if you've been following this whole thing, but Judge Merchan, clearly, as we've been stating for a long time now, what Judge Merchan is trying to do is lead the jury on a leash to a conviction, a decision of guilty with respect to Donald Trump. So the Associated Press, Merchan gave the jurors 3 possible unlawful means they can apply to Trump's charges: falsifying other business records, breaking the Federal Election Campaign Act, or submitting false information on a tax return. So in other words, and I heard this term used by Andrew McCarthy, there's this like smorgasbord of things that they can use to arrive at a guilty verdict on Donald Trump. For a conviction, each juror would have to find that at least one of those 3 things happened, but they don't have to agree unanimously on which one it was. So they don't have to be unanimous on every aspect of the case, which is exactly what 2020 and that decision with Ramos was all about, Ramos versus Louisiana. I mean, it's not like this is a decision, Ramos versus Louisiana. It's not like this is a decision from, 1903. This is from 2020. So Andrew McCarthy was on Fox News right when this was announced, and he was perplexed.
What's supposed to happen in a criminal trial is a prosecutor has to prove every element of an offense beyond a reasonable doubt. What this judge is telling this jury in this kind of make it up as you go along New York State prosecution of federal law is that when they get to the end of the rainbow and we get to the elements of the offense, the jury doesn't have to be in agreement on what it is exactly that Trump did or what he was trying to commit or conceal when he allegedly falsified his business records. So they're going to give the jury a menu of choices and tell the jury that some of them may believe that this was the criminal objective. Some of them may believe something else was, but that they don't have to be unanimous on that. I actually think that's pretty outrageous.
Yeah, I mean, from what I can tell, and listen, clearly I'm not an attorney, but it seems to me like this is, as I read it, unconstitutional. It does seem insane to me because everything that I understand and have read and listened to and watched, it's like the judge, he's done this all along. Just leading this jury, as I said, on a leash, really, to a guilty verdict. Everything that he's doing, everything that he has done during this trial has led the jury to this moment where they will come back, seems to me, the way the judge is pushing them towards a guilty verdict. And as part of the deliberations yesterday, the jury came back and they asked that the instructions be read again. That means that the jury is confused. And I guess there was like 56 pages of instructions that they were not allowed to bring back to the deliberation room. And so clearly they're confused. And so this judge, Juan Merchan, remember, he donated to Biden's campaign. His daughter is a Democrat strategist, and that he is clearly trying to manipulate the jury into a guilty verdict. Jonathan Turley was on Fox News last night. He, of course, nails it, as he always does.
The problem that Trump is having remains those instructions. They are very one-sided, and they have converted this into something of a canned hunt. You know, that what Judge Merchan has said is that you could divide 4-4-4. You could have three groups of jurors who view the facts materially differently. They could disagree as to what crime was behind this effort to falsify business records. And Merchan will still treat that as a unanimous verdict. That is pretty chilling for people that believe strongly in the criminal justice system and the very high standard of proof that's required.
Yeah, people who are a lot smarter than me are saying that they have never seen this before. And so then the people on the left, well, they'll say, well, we've never had a president in a criminal trial before. Okay. But does the president of the United States, the former president of the United States, and right now the leading candidate against Joe Biden, does he not have constitutional rights? Clearly he does. Unless you're a Democrat, in which case you believe that he doesn't. But I told you that there is some disagreement among legal circles regarding all of this. And so I will play you one such example of one attorney who believes that the judge is doing the right thing. Details straight ahead, 5:15, time to check the roads. Thank you very much. As far as your weather today, partly cloudy, highs near 80 degrees, 54 now at Super Talk 99.7 WTN. So I've played you Andrew McCarthy. I have played you Jonathan Turley. Now I want to play you the other side. MSNBC legal analyst, you may have heard this already. This is on MSNBC. Andrew Weissman admitting that he has a man crush on Judge Juan Marchand.
As you've noted with respect to Judge Marchand, I mean, I am like now, I have like a man crush on him. Wow. He is such a great judge that it's hard to see that the jurors wouldn't have the same impression. I mean, you just keep on thinking, if you looked in a dictionary for like judicial temperament, that's what you get.
I mean, so I want you to think about, we had Jonathan Turley, we had Andrew McCarthy, and they had, what I would say is serious, spot-on legal analysis. They talked about how this is unconstitutional. They talked about how this is unprecedented. They talked about how clearly the judge seems to be trying to, as Donald Trump says, rig the election. But it's actually serious analysis. Then you have the man crush guy.
As you've noted with respect to Judge Marchand, I mean, I am like now, I have like a man crush on him. He is such a great judge that it's hard to see that the jurors wouldn't have the same impression. I mean, you just keep on thinking, if you looked in a dictionary for like judicial temperament, that's what you get.
I mean, let me tell you something. That is what passes for legal analysis on MSNBC.
I have a serious man crush.
Do you?
Yes, my toes are curling.
Yes, toes are curling. Judge Marchand is so dapper, and I don't see how the jury. I better be careful.
Yeah,
you know what? I could go down all kinds of roads, and none of them lead to me still being employed. So I'm just going to move on. Ted Cruz, by the way, let's play some audio of a guy who has his stuff together. Ted Cruz, he says, yeah, this whole thing is nonsense.
We now know to a virtual certainty that no conviction will be upheld on appeal, that the judge today committed, I think, clear reversible error. These jury instructions were nonsense.
Yeah, so, I mean, you listen to Andrew McCarthy, Jonathan Turley, Ted Cruz, and they have serious political analysis as opposed to the man crush guy on MSNBC. Now, remember yesterday when I said this is all about giving Joe Biden something to say. This is all about allowing Biden, just like with the laptop from hell, where those, 51 national security officials said the laptop was Russian disinformation, when it wasn't. That gave Joe Biden something to say. It gave Biden something to say when it was brought up during the debate. Well, Judge Marchand wants to give Biden a talking point. That's what this is all about. This is all about allowing Joe Biden to say, well, convicted felon Donald Trump. That is how this whole thing is playing out. Now, the question is, and, Ted Cruz, I don't know if I agree with Ted Cruz. And that may be one of the only times in recent history that I've said that about Ted Cruz. But a lot of people are saying that this will more than likely die on appeal. But I don't know if it will die on appeal. And the reason why I don't know if it'll die on appeal is because here's the point. The point is that you have an entire legal system in the state of New York that despise Donald Trump. And clearly they will do anything, including trample on a man's civil rights, to do that. And so Alan Dershowitz, he was doing one of his podcasts, and he said whether it's Judge Marchand, whether it is the jury, whether it is an appellate judge, odds are they don't want to go back to their friends and family and say we're the guy that allowed Donald Trump to possibly become president again.
This judge wants Donald Trump convicted. He does not want to go home to his family and his friends and his daughter and his daughter's employer and say, look, I'm the person responsible for Donald Trump becoming your next president. He doesn't want to do that. And the jurors don't want to do that. And I think appellate judges don't want to do that either.
See?
Which is why if he is convicted, even on this horrible record, which would have resulted in reversal for any other defendant, The idea that an appellate court judge would be willing to sacrifice his social life, his career, his opportunity for promotion by being known as the judge who allowed Donald Trump to become president is just not realistic in New York.
No, Alan Dershowitz is right, because look what happened to Alan Dershowitz. I mean, you know what happened to him, right? You know, Dershowitz is a guy who is a big-time liberal, and he is somebody who, even though he's a big-time liberal, he is also a constitutionalist. And he doesn't agree with all of this lawfare going against Donald Trump. He doesn't agree with a lot of the things that the Democrats have tried to do to Donald Trump. And so when he started appearing on various news channels and he started defending Donald Trump against the tactics of the left, and this goes back years now, he lost his entire social circle. And so this is a man who knows of what he speaks. It's kind of sad when you think about it, but that's the way politics is on the left. It is 522 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Jay Harper, what's coming up in the news at 5:30?
Yes, Dan, good morning. Another Nashville area shooting involving teens leaves another child dead. We'll have details on that. And as you've been saying, it is day 2 of jury deliberations in the Trump hush money trial. We'll learn the latest from Washington, D.C. That coming up at 5:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Hey, it's Dan Mandis, and I am so glad that California Closets has fixed my closet catastrophe. After exact measuring and planning, they came over and got to work. Yeah, once it was all plotted out on their 3D CAD system, the pieces are measured, cut, and precisely installed into my space. It was clean, fast, and professional, and above all, my new closets look and function great. Now, this was my dormer, and now this is my new dormer thanks to California Closets. Look at all of this added space for shirts and shoes, you name it, and it is cut so precisely, simply amazing. And my old closet that has now been reborn as the ultimate in style and functionability, making the best use of the space that I had. They can work on just about anything: bedrooms, garages, home offices, closets, pantries, and so much more. Find them online, CaliforniaClosets.com, and see what they can do for you. You can schedule a free design consultation. Mention my name, CaliforniaClosets.com.
Good morning. Coming up on 5:30, I'm Jay Harper with your top stories. We have a clear sky, 53 degrees, a full forecast, and another traffic report in just a few minutes. A teenage boy is dead, and his teenage sister is recovering in the hospital after a shooting at a park in Bellevue overnight. According to Metro Police, the shooting occurred around 8 p.m. last evening at Red Caboose Park. Metro Police spokesman Don Aarons from last night.
A fight broke out between females this evening in the parking lot of Red Caboose Park. Other teens joined the fight. During the fight, a gun was produced. Shots were fired. Two teenagers, 16 and 13, sister and brother, were hit. The 16-year-old girl has been taken to the hospital. She's going to survive her injuries. The 13-year-old was hit multiple times, rushed to the hospital. He has now been pronounced deceased.
The 16-year-old was able to give officers a name and description of the shooter. Police spotted an individual who matched the suspect's description walking along Highway 70 about a half mile away from the park. That individual was detained and is being questioned. This is an ongoing investigation. Jurors in former President Trump's hush money trial will rehear testimony from two key witnesses this morning before they resume deliberations. Here's more from ABC's Perry Russum. He's in Washington.
The jury pausing deliberations yesterday to ask two questions. The first, a request to rehear testimony from Trump's former fixer Michael Cohen and former National Enquirer publisher David Pecker regarding a meeting in Trump Tower in 2015 where prosecutors say Trump, Cohen, and Pecker hatched a scheme to bury damaging stories about Trump, a catch-and-kill agreement. The second question from the jury requested the judge to reread his jury instructions.
That is the latest news, traffic, and weather. They are coming up. I'm Jay Harper, WTN News.
5:35, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to you, friends. Time for the Gang of Three Amigos. Jay Harper in for Ken Weaver. Johnny B is here as well. Good morning, gents.
Good morning.
Howdy.
It's brought to you by My Patriot Supply and preparewithmandis.com.
Mandis meals, baby.
That's exactly right, Johnny. Mandis meals. Dan cakes, as
there you
it
go.
were, when I made those pancakes and I put
People
out that video.
still talk about that.
People still talk about the Dan cakes, as a matter of fact. Hey, you know that song, remember that song, I forget who did it, but it was a couple of years ago, called Girl Crush?
Yes.
Do you think anybody...
Yeah, it was Little Big Town.
Little Big Town. They need to do like a parody of that for
Marshawn. I mean, I'm like now, I have like a man crush on him.
I got a man crush.
A great judge that it's hard to see that the jurors wouldn't have the same impression. And you just keep on thinking, if you looked in a dictionary for like judicial temperament, that's what you get.
Wow. I mean, I just having a hard time. And this guy has become a mockery. This Alan, I think his name is Wiseman, who is a commentator for MSNBC, and people are mocking him now because that's not serious analysis.
No,
but I would love to see somebody do like a Man Crush, a parody of Girl Crush, but Man Crush, featuring this guy's comments, because it's absolutely ridiculous.
What's over the top? Good gracious, man! You couldn't picture Jay Harper sitting there going, I have such a man crush on fella.
Since I've gotten to know Dan, I mean, I wouldn't have said that until I've gotten to know Dan, and
sure.
Anyway,
listen, I can't get women or, God help me, men to have a crush on me. So let's just move right along. Now, for the record, I don't want any man crushes.
No, sir. No.
The occasional female crush would be nice, but thank God my wife tolerates me. All right, I got a funny thing here. This is not satire. NYU, they went around and they started asking the graduates at NYU, who no doubt are in tens of thousands of dollars in debt, what their major was, what their concentration was. They've got their little graduation hats on. They've got their little diplomas. And I want to play for you some of these majors and see if we can figure out what the hell they are. You ready?
Yeah.
Here we go.
Hi, my name is Lex, and my concentration is the performance of self.
The performance of self.
What the heck is that?
The performance of self?
Yeah, I actually Googled it. I cannot figure out what the performance of self is.
Hi, my name is Lex, and my concentration is the performance of self.
Her concentration.
I mean, I do my best to not concentrate on my own performance of myself because it's usually not very good.
The performance of self.
I don't know what that is.
Yeah, what is
you guys? And you know what? Super texters, I'm on the super text line, Members Nutrition super text line, 615-737-9986.
What do it mean?
What does performance of self mean? And why would that be a major?
Only at NYU.
Well, I can almost guarantee you this is probably a major in other places too.
I'm sure it is.
I meant to look up how much it costs to go to school at NYU. How much are people paying for this? But it doesn't matter because Biden's running around and he's forgiving all of the student debt. By the way, all of these people, I'm just letting you know that when they tell you things like...
Hi, I'm Gabrielle. My concentration is creative direction, production, and narrative through the arts, performance, and written word.
All right, so if you didn't catch that... creative direction of production in arts, performance, and written word. So what that actually means is...
she designs the sets.
What she actually means is... would you like some fries with that? Yeah. Or, would you like a tall or grande or a latte? Or venti. There you
venti,
go.
Yeah.
Yeah, these are future Starbucks employees. I guarantee you.
Can I fetch you your coffee, Mr. Director?
Well, that's exactly right. If I'm a father, which I am, and my kids came to me and they said, yeah, this is what I want to be my major, I would have some reservations.
Yeah.
I would.
I would have serious reservations.
I would pull up trade schools very quickly. Here's another one.
Hi, my name is Karina Gomez, and my concentration is in journalism and Latin American studies with an emphasis in human rights, collective memory, and political violence.
Oh, that's a raging liberal right there.
I was going to say, do you think she's a progressive?
Oh, very much
I can guarantee you she was out there, supporting Hamas.
Journalism and Latin American studies with an emphasis in human rights, collective memory, and political violence.
And I love how everything is a question. Human rights?
Human rights?
Yeah. That's the vocal fry.
Now, I wonder, so clearly she's a progressive. Do you think that when they started studying political violence, do you think there's like a chapter on why Nancy Pelosi did not want additional security at the Capitol on January 6th? Do you think that's like a chapter?
I doubt it.
I doubt it too.
That's probably the chick yelling "Free Palestine."
Yeah, I guarantee you.
On your other stuff you've been playing.
And she'll be crying if Trump gets back in.
No.
Exactly. She'll be screaming.
You know what, though? She can, then she can see political violence on her side.
Yes, she can.
Because, the Democrats are plotting that.
Oh, yes, they are.
I mean, you know how the Democrats always say, like, silence is violence, which I've never really understood, but whatever. So silence is violence. So as all of this is going on with Donald Trump, I mean, by that logic, you could also say that what's happening to Donald Trump at the hands of Judge Merchan is legal violence.
Well, you're not kidding.
It's lawfare.
Talk about kangaroo court.
It's insanity.
It is.
All right, you want to hear another one?
Hi, my name is Stephanie Lee, and I studied the sociology of environmental communication.
Environmental
communication.
So she talks to trees.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking.
Yeah.
Well, if she's going to be hugging trees, then she might as well talk to them too.
Well, they do. They scream at them. I'm sorry.
They
do. That's what they say.
They apologize to the trees.
They apologize to the trees for what we're doing to them.
Squirrel.
Mr. Squirrel, I'm sorry. I'm a human being.
By the way, Johnny, after we do this, remind me to tell you I once again have had Mother Nature attack me.
Boy, Mother Nature's got...
From birds to what?
After we do this, I got to tell you what happened to me on the way in.
All right.
Mother Nature, man, she's coming after me.
She's got it out for you.
All right, we are going through the college majors
NYU
at NYU of future Starbucks employees. These are future baristas of America.
Hi, my name is Sophie Lopez, and my concentration is titled Queering and Decolonizing Theater Practice.
Okay, so if you didn't catch that,
I couldn't.
No, what language
queering
is that?
and you know why we can't figure this out? Because we think rationally.
Yes.
And these folks are just, I'm sorry, but they're just weird and bizarre.
Yeah, they're rattling off.
Queering and decolonizing theater practice.
Okay. Well, that's hard to figure out.
That's just like a word salad.
What would you, that's what it sounds like. This sounds like an interview with Kamala Harris.
Hi, my name is Sophie Lopez, and my concentration is titled Queering and Decolonizing Theater Practice.
Queering and decolonizing theater practice. And I'm trying to be fair.
Yeah. Well, she sounds pleasant enough. Sounds like a happy individual.
Well, you know why she's happy? Because she's been living in her little college bubble.
Yeah, parents have probably been paying for everything. Yeah,
and parents and Biden and taxpayers paying for everything.
Yeah,
right.
And she's stoned,
and that too. She's having the time of her life.
I'm not even sure what queering means.
I don't either. I'm
like what? Like is that like the study of?
I
don't know. Is she saying querying?
Like asking questions.
Yeah, querying?
No, because
is
you
that
know
what she's saying?
So some of these folks, they speak with accents, and so I had to turn on the captions.
Mm-hmm.
It's definitely queering, queering.
Oh, queering.
Queering.
So she must be listening to MSNBC.
I guess.
Hi, my name is Sophie Lopez, and my concentration is titled Queering and Decolonizing Theater Practice.
All right, whatever.
Yeah. Well,
all right.
Go ahead and put that on a resume. See where it gets you.
Good luck with that, Sophie. Sophie's choice.
Jeff is in there. Ask Jeff, Johnny. Ask Jeff, who's training, and he's a youngin'. Jeff, did I even ask you when I hired you if you graduated college? I don't know if I did.
You did not.
I did not.
But I did.
Did you graduate? Who did?
Yeah, I graduated.
What was your major in?
It was a media degree.
Okay. Media degree? Any queering in that media degree at all?
No, it was just media, a little bit of journalism stuff in there too. Like,
Okay.
I didn't know any of that other stuff existed until just now, to be honest with you.
You know what, Jeff, you're welcome.
Yeah.
You're welcome, Jeff.
I'm very happy right now. I graduated in 2018 and not 2024.
See, if you graduated in 2024, you would have maybe perhaps had a minor in gender studies or some of these other things. You never know. Thank
and
you
you get a paycheck from George Soros.
There you go.
That's
That's exactly right.
Depends on what the check reads out to.
I guarantee you, Soros pays a lot more than we do.
Check.
Yeah, I tell you, Soros would pay more than. There you go. Yeah, very well. MoveAlong.org.
How about this one?
Hi, my name is Reed, and I study music business and gender studies.
Music business and gender studies. Well, let's see. The music business sucks because artists can't get paid for music anymore because of streaming, and there's two genders. And that is like literally the.
Well, not anymore. No, not anymore, Dan. There's
more than
there's more than one gender, more than two now.
I know,
Dan.
I know.
Yeah, it takes 4 years to study it to figure it all out.
Yeah, it takes you 4 years to figure out what gender you want to be.
That's exactly right. Here we go.
My name is Elliot Wright, and my concentration is art as a social mechanism.
Social mechanism.
Art as a social mechanism.
He has a man crush. No doubt.
You know when I heard this guy's voice?
My name is Elliot Wright, and my concentration is art as a social mechanism.
First thing I thought of was, hey. Moving right along. Let's see here. Here is
Social
another one. And this is?
Hi, I'm Georgia, and my concentration is dramatic writing and theatrical adaptation.
Dramatic writing and theatrical adaptation.
Oh, boy. Yeah, what does that mean?
Again, a lot of this stuff, just don't know.
Oh.
I don't know. Here's one more.
My name is Noah Loyacano, and my concentration is equilibrium or negotiated paradox.
Equilibrium or negotiated paradox. Now, I don't know what that is, but it sounds damn cool.
And it does.
So if I ever want to pretend that I actually went to college and have a college degree, I would say, oh, yeah, my major was equilibrium or negotiated paradox. Because it just, that I tell you what, that is not a conversation starter. That's a conversation stopper.
Yeah, ender. Yeah.
Okay.
So there you go.
That's NYU for you.
That is NYU. That is future baristas of America.
So that's where your tax dollars going to go when they pay off their
plumbers and
loans.
pipe fitters and college and broadcasters and all of us folks. We're going to be paying for the college for these folks.
Yeah,
it's unbelievable.
When these people entered college, do you think they had these majors in their head already, or did they, go through the catalog and go, "Hey, that's what I got it." I mean, who thinks up this stuff to begin with?
Jay, that's a great question. I think that perhaps what maybe happens, they go in with a different major, maybe something more practical, and then they start, going through math and algebra and all of those, general education courses. And then as the collegiate life sort of seeps into them, they end up with majors like equilibrium or negotiated paradox.
That are totally useless.
And here's the deal. Maybe there's something highfalutin about, equilibrium or negotiated paradox. Like if I get dizzy, do I call this guy and he can maybe help me out? I don't know. By the way, I hit a skunk this morning.
Oh, that's Mother Nature.
So yesterday during the 8:35, I think it was the 8:35, I was talking about the bird that I hit day before yesterday.
The cardinal.
The cardinal, where, if you missed it, I'm at a stoplight and this damn cardinal, it was very pretty, and it's sitting over there on a fence, and I was actually admiring this cardinal.
It was trying to figure out what gender it wanted to be, Dan.
That's exactly right. And so then the light turns green, I start going, and this cardinal, for whatever reason, just starts flying in my general direction, and bam, flies into my grill. Right in front of my grill, and I hit the cardinal, and then I got home. I was just a thump, right?
Right.
I get home, I go back to the back into the house, realize I got to go back out again, and I look at my grill and I thought somebody had tied like a red rope around the front of my car. And as I got closer, I realized that damn cardinal was lodged in my car, in my grill. And it actually had a surprised look on its face.
I bet it did.
I've never seen a cardinal or any kind of a bird that looked like, holy crap, I'm going to get hit by a car.
By Dan Mandis.
Stupid bird.
Yeah. So this morning it's a skunk.
So this morning I'm driving in, and I don't know if the wildlife are like out and frolicking this time of year.
Oh, I think they are.
Yeah, it's frolicking season.
Yes, it is frolicking season.
To my right, this skunk, all it had to do was go that way.
No.
And there is a massive field and trees. But no, this stupid skunk decides to turn left right into the street and thump, right under my tire.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
They'll do it.
That's what you get for leaning left.
Very good, Jay. Jay Harper, everybody.
Line of the day, baby.
Hey, I'm here all week, which ends tomorrow.
What's interesting, though, Dan, is this morning when I'm getting ready to go to work, I walk outside, and what do I get hit with? Ooh, the aroma of skunk.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, man, they're out.
Are they out? Is it like skunk mating season?
I don't think it's mating season, but they are.
Yeah.
I think about any time you can smell skunk, especially out where I live.
Yeah.
Plus, my wife thinks they're cute.
When I was about 10 years old, we found a baby skunk abandoned on our property in Texas, and we fed it with a bottle for quite some time, but it was just too little. And they are cute when they're
they are
very little.
They're beautiful animals, actually.
Yeah,
just as
skunks.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah.
They're very.
Yeah, I guess.
They're very, and really they'll leave you alone. I mean, they don't. The only time they spray is if they're scared. If they're, that's their defense mechanism.
You know what was weird about this
and
skunk,
it's
though?
very effective.
I hit this skunk, and then it was like 30, 45 seconds later, the smell came into my car.
Yes. Like you've been smoking pot.
Amy loves the smell of skunk.
Oh, does she?
Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
I've threatened privately in my head, because she and I have like argued about this, because I think it's bizarre as all get out. I've played around with the idea of trying to find like skunk cologne, if they have such a thing, and putting it on and see what she thinks.
Hey.
Honey, you said you liked skunk smell, so I just threw some on as a cologne.
Yeah.
Is there a problem? I'm just trying to please you.
Hey.
Or maybe a skunk candle. They must have skunk candles.
Oh, I'm sure they
know
do.
that
They have to have a skunk candle. All right.
What Spencer Gifts? They might have it.
Yeah, they could. By the way, 4600 says, Dan, you're a walking HR violation. Am I, Johnny? Am I a walking HR violation?
A walking HR violation. Well, sometimes you border.
Anthony says that they do. It's called Sex Panther. I think that's a movie. I think that's a reference to. Is it Anchorman? I think that was in Anchorman.
Yeah.
Wasn't it? Yeah.
Ron Burgundy.
Yeah, Ron Burgundy. That's right. Go blank yourself, San Diego. All right. Well, I think we got to go.
I think it's time.
It is time. 5:54, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7, WTN. Let's see. Bass Pro Shop has skunk scent for deer hunting. There you go. Maybe that's what I need to do. I'll go into Bass Pro Shop and I'll get some of that, and I'll see how much Amy really does like.
Hey, baby,
that
I'm wearing
smell
this
of skunk.
Well, hitting a bird, hitting a skunk, but then you would be hitting a deer probably, Dan. You don't want to do that.
Every morning I see deer in my neck of the woods.
Yeah.
It is only I've said this to Johnny and Ken. It is only a matter of time before I take out Bambi. Oh. It's only a matter of time.
Or Bambi's going to take out your car.
And let me tell you something. If Bambi doesn't die after taking out my car, I'll kill it.
Well, animal lovers. That's Dan
Bambi better know
Mandis.
that I'm packing. I'm just kidding. Jay, what's coming up in news?
Yeah, Dan, another sad situation involving teens happened overnight, and it's left a 13-year-old boy dead. We'll have that story. And we'll also have this morning's money news. That's coming up at 6 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning. It's 6 a.m. And I'm Jay Harper with your top stories. We have sunshine and 54 degrees, a complete weather forecast, and another traffic report coming up in just a few minutes. A teenage boy is dead, and his teenage sister is recovering in the hospital after a shooting at a park in Bellevue. According to Metro Police, the shooting occurred about 8 p.m. last night at Red Caboose Park. Metro Police spokesman Don Aarons from last evening.
A fight broke out between females this evening in the parking lot of Red Caboose Park. Other teens joined the fight. During the fight, a gun was produced. Shots were fired. Two teenagers, 16 and 13, sister and brother, were hit. The 16-year-old girl has been taken to the hospital. She's going to survive her injuries. The 13-year-old was hit multiple times, rushed to the hospital. He has now been pronounced deceased.
The 16-year-old was able to give police a name and description of the shooter. Officers spotted an individual who matched that description walking along Highway 70 about a half mile away from the park. That individual was detained and has been identified as 15-year-old DeAnthony Osasosifo. He has been charged with criminal homicide. The Market Numbers Report brought to you by Beacon Capital Management. You can find them online at beaconcm.com. With the latest money news, here's Jim Ryan.
From ABC News, Wall Street Now. It was another big loss for investors Wednesday. The Dow Jones fell 411 points, just over 1% to land at 38,441. The S&P gave up 0.75%. The Nasdaq posted its worst session of the month, falling 0.6%. The CEO at American Airlines says changes the company made during the pandemic to the ways that businesses book flights have backfired. Shares in the carrier closed down more than 13% yesterday. Poor weather and a citrus tree disease have doubled the benchmark price of frozen concentrated orange juice in the past year. Industry analysts say manufacturers now are faced with blending in pear, apple, and grape juice to hold down the cost of orange juice. The latest social media craze is a jab at overconsumption. The No Buy Challenge offers tips, support, and community for users trying to shake the habit of spending more and more money just to accumulate more and more stuff.
Here are the stock futures ahead of the opening bell. Dow futures down 329, S&P 500 down 20, and NASDAQ futures down 49. That is the latest news. Traffic and weather are next. I'm Jay Harper, WTN News.
The guaranteed offer is the easiest way to sell your home. It's really simple. We bring you an all-cash offer. You close in as little as 21 days. No home inspections, no lockboxes, no open houses. Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer and start packing.
Hey, what's up, guys? This is Matt Murphy for Members Nutrition. I want to tell you about the Members Nutrition difference, and I want to encourage you to go over to the Members Nutrition website. Number one, they believe at Members Nutrition that they can sell vitamins and supplements at a lower cost point, and they're doing it every single day at membersnutrition.com. Number two, they want to make these products right here in the United States of America, not from some overseas company, and they do that every single day. I encourage you to go to membersnutrition.com. You'll get 50% off your purchase price at checkout. You don't have to put in any codes. Just go to membersnutrition.com. Once again, membersnutrition.com.
6:07, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. How are you, friends? Hey, going to do a deep dive at 6:35 with our friend Jonathan Fahey on the Trump hush money trial. You no doubt know by now what is going on. The judge, and when I signed on at 5 o'clock, it's almost like you want to thank Judge Marchand, because what he is doing is he is proving the likes of Donald Trump and Jonathan Turley and Fahey and all of these other folks that have been saying that this is a rigged court case. And Marchand, the judge, is proving them right. That is exactly what he did yesterday. When he gave his jury instructions, people are calling it unconstitutional. People are calling it confusing. I think the jury is confused. And basically what he did, just to recap, because I know a lot of folks are just tuning in, he told the jury that they don't have to be unanimous in their decision, which is considered unconstitutional. Now, there are several cases that do seem to apply here. The one that the people that I respect and listen to are talking about Ramos versus Louisiana. That was back in 2020, where the Supreme Court decided that juries have to be unanimous on, and this is important, all aspects of a case. And so now you have this battle of the legal minds going on. CNN and MSNBC, they've got, their own legal analysts. I've got mine. Conservatives have ours. And, and as you know, I like to talk about Jonathan Turley and Alan Dershowitz and some of these other folks. Andrew McCarthy is another one, because they are people that have always voted against people like Donald Trump, and they are not supporters of Donald Trump. They are supporters of the Constitution. You know who was on fire last night? It was Ted Cruz. Because when this whole thing came down, here's what the judge said, and then I'm going to play you some Ted Cruz audio. According to Marchand, he said, your verdict on each count you consider, whether guilty or not, must be unanimous. That is, each and every juror must agree to it. That said, they do not need to be unanimous on what crime they think that Donald Trump is guilty of. What the hell does that even mean? Marchand gave the jurors three possible unlawful means they can apply to Trump's charges: falsifying other business records, breaking the Federal Elections Campaign Act, or submitting false information on a tax return. That is unconstitutional, because you might have, 4 jurors who believe that Trump is guilty of falsifying business records. The other 4 may believe that he is guilty of Federal Election Campaign Act or submitting false information on a tax return. But the bottom line is you're supposed to have 12 jurors that perhaps believe that he falsified business records, or have 12 jurors that agree that he submitted false information on a tax return. But according to the Constitution, you can't have 4 and 4 and 4. You just can't. That's not allowed. And so now they're saying for a conviction, each juror would have to find that at least one of those 3 things had happened, but they don't have to agree unanimously on which one it was. That's crazy. And it's great fodder for appeal. Ted Cruz brought up a great point, and it's something that I've been saying all along. It's all about giving Joe Biden a talking point. It's all about giving Joe Biden something to say related to Donald Trump. And here's part of what he had to say. Jeff, need some audio. Jeff, need some audio.
This is not about law. This is not about criminal justice. This is about politics. This is all about the press conference, the national address that Joe Biden is scheduled to give from the White House, where he gloats, we've now convicted Donald Trump. This is all about November. We are watching election interference. This is the most blatant case of election interference that we've ever seen in our country's history.
Yeah, they want to run ads talking about how Donald Trump is a convicted felon. This is all about allowing Biden to have a major talking point. Now, one of the things that Cruz said, I think I played this in the 5 o'clock hour, he says that this will no doubt be killed on appeal.
We now know to a virtual certainty that no conviction will be upheld on appeal, that the judge today committed, I think, clear reversible error. These jury instructions were nonsense.
All right, so the question now, and we discussed this earlier, is if it ends up on an appeal, what will the appellate judge do? Now, coming up at 6:35, I'm going to speak to Jonathan Fahey, and we're going to talk about exactly what his thoughts are on whether or not this will ultimately, if they come back with a conviction, what will happen with the appellate judge. Will the appellate judge be worried about being shamed in his circle of influence, in his circle of friends, in his family? Alan Dershowitz is somebody who he has dealt with this before. He's experienced this himself. He is very much of a passionate liberal. But when it comes to the Constitution, he believes that all of this lawfare and everything that the Democrats have been doing against Donald Trump is unconstitutional. When he came out against that, guess what happened? Alan Dershowitz lost his friends and he lost his family and he lost that circle of influence.
This judge wants Donald Trump convicted. He does not want to go home to his family and his friends and his daughter and his daughter's employer and say, look, I'm the person responsible for Donald Trump becoming your next president. He doesn't want to do that. And the jurors don't want to do that. And I think appellate judges don't want to do that either, which is why if he is convicted, even on this horrible record, which would have resulted in reversal for any other defendant, the idea that an appellate court judge would be willing to sacrifice his social life, his career, his opportunity for promotion by being known as the judge who allowed Donald Trump to become president is just not realistic in New York.
So the question is, there's a number of things here, and it's all on the table. Number one, is this unconstitutional? Everyone that I watch, read, and I consider their opinions to be very valid, say that, yes, this is unconstitutional. That's number one. There does seem to be a disagreement over what will happen on an appeal because and here's the thing, and a couple of super texters said this, and I'd said this yesterday, that if it's a guilty verdict, then the question is, how long will it take for this to go through the appeals process? I don't think they'll have this put to bed by November. I don't. So that's also part of the dynamic. If it ends up in a hung jury, which I don't know if it'll end up in a hung jury or not. That was my original prediction, that this would end up in a hung jury, but now I'm not sure. With these jury instructions, I don't know if it'll end up on a hung jury. We'll have to wait and see what Jonathan Fahey has to say about all of that. I'm curious as what you have to say. Members Nutrition Super Text line is open at 615-737-9986. But what I do know is that for a lot of folks, this does matter. But for more people, I believe it does not matter. And I believe that is according to some of the latest polling. I've got that for you straight ahead. 6:16, time to check the roads. Partly cloudy today, highs near 80 right now, 55 degrees at Super Talk 99.7 WTN. All right, so let's say, for the sake of argument, because Judge Marchand has created an environment with these jury instructions that are unconstitutional, saying they don't have to be unanimous on how they come up with a guilty verdict. And you got constitutionalists everywhere that are just shaking their heads and trying to understand all of this. But let's just say that the jury does come back with a guilty verdict. Do you really think that will matter to the American people? I mean, it's one thing, a lot of you folks, and certainly me, I am mired in this stuff. But you know what the majority of Americans are really mired in? And do you know what they really care about? They care about the economy. They care about illegal immigration. They care about a lot of other things. They don't necessarily care about this lawfare.
The fact is, most Americans don't really care that much. So closely following news about economy inflation, that's number one at 65%. Look at immigration, 52%. Election legitimacy, 49%. Abortion, 47%. All the way down on this list of issues tested by the Ipsos Knowledge Panel is Trump's court cases at 42%, significantly less than economy and inflation. This particular point, they are tuned out of the conversation.
Well, they are. You know why? Because they're trying to pay the damn bills. They're watching illegals come over the border. And by the way, I did think that the 49% of the American people out there that are concerned with election legitimacy, that was, by the way, Harry Enton over there on CNN. I wonder, because I started really thinking about this. If you are of the 49% that is concerned about election legitimacy, the left will say, aha, the American people really care about January 6th. You know what I would say to that? I actually believe that a good number of those 49%, when we talk about and when they talk about election legitimacy, what they really mean is they're looking at all of this lawfare that the Democrats and Biden's DOJ and the lawfare that they are coming after Donald Trump with. And they're seeing that this is an election perhaps being stolen in real time, which is what I have said for, I believe it's been months now that I've been talking about this. And that doesn't mean that I'm an insurrectionist. What it means is that I'm looking at everything the Democrats are doing. And it is election manipulation. Thereby, if Joe Biden happens to win later on this year in November, then what that means is all of this perhaps had an impact. From keeping Donald Trump off of the campaign trail to leveling all of these allegations against the president and all of these legal experts around the country, the top constitutionalists in America have said that this is all just a bunch of BS, just a bunch of bunk. And even if this comes back with a guilty verdict, doesn't mean that it is a legitimate court proceeding. Not in any way, shape, or form. We've talked about all of the things that Judge Marchand, and the way that I look at this, Judge Marchand, has basically, the way that he ran this case is he's leading the jury on a leash to a guilty verdict. That's what the judge is doing. And I believe that the jury, by the way, is really confused because within hours, they came back and they said, can you read those jury instructions to us again? Because we didn't get it. They also wanted to hear more about the testimony of one David Pecker, the guy who used to be the publisher of the National Enquirer. They also had some more questions about Michael Cohen and some of the things that Michael Cohen said. So there's a lot going on. And really now, not only America, but really the world is awaiting to see what happens. Maybe it's going to be later on today. Maybe it'll be on Friday. My bingo card says it's going to be Friday. Sometime Friday morning, I think, is when the jury will come back. We'll have to wait and see what happens. It is 6:22 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. I want to tell you about my friends at Brentwood Jewelry and tell you why I shop at Brentwood Jewelry. Listen, it is wedding season, first of all. Now, you know what that means. People are out looking for engagement and wedding rings, and Brentwood Jewelry, they've got a huge selection of both, something certainly within your budget, no matter your budget, and they're not going to try to upsell you as well. Also at Brentwood Jewelry, they've got great ideas for wedding party gifts as well. Also, don't forget that Father's Day is coming up. That's going to be on Sunday, June 16th. That means that you should be getting something for dear old dad for Father's Day. What about a great watch from Brentwood Jewelry? Now, they've got all kinds of brands, the best brands, and you'll be able to find something within your budget for dear old dad for Father's Day. So no matter the season or the reason, Brentwood Jewelry has all kinds of gift options for you to choose from. Located in the heart of Brentwood, 7012 Church Street East. Again, just off Franklin Road. Exceptional style, exceptional deals every day for over 50 years. Shop in store or online at BrentwoodJewelry.com. 623 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. The Members Nutrition Super Text line is open, 615-737-9986. Jay Harper in for Ken Weaver. What's coming up at 6:30?
Yes, Dan, another Nashville area teen is dead as the result of gunfire. We'll have the disturbing details, and it is day 2 of jury deliberations in the Trump hush money trial. We'll have the latest on that. Those stories at 6:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Hey, it's Dan Mandis, and I am so glad that California Closets has fixed my closet catastrophe. After exact measuring and planning, they came over and got to work. Yeah, once it was all plotted out on their 3D CAD system, the pieces are measured, cut, and precisely installed into my space. It was clean, fast, and professional, and above all, my new closets look and function great. Now, this was my dormer, and now this is my new dormer thanks to California Closets. Look at all of this added space for shirts and shoes, you name it, and it is cut so precisely, simply amazing. And my old closet that has now been reborn as the ultimate in style and functionability, making the best use of the space that I had. They can work on just about anything: bedrooms, garages, home offices, closets, pantries, and so much more. Find them online, CaliforniaClosets.com, and see what they can do for you. You can schedule a free design consultation. Mention my name, CaliforniaClosets.com. .626, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Welcome on into Nashville's Morning News. All right, so I've got some great audio. And Jeff, make sure my audio's up, please. So Joe Biden is out there trying to court black voters. I mean, this has been going on now for a couple of weeks. He's finally starting to pay attention to black Americans. And so he's giving a speech, and of course his brain does indeed malfunction. Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States.
The promise we'd start to reconnect black and brown and overlooked neighborhoods cut off by highways in the 60s and decades of disinvestment as a consequence of it, including here in Philly. But we're changed that with the Recovery Act. right now, you see all the construction going on the highways around here.
What was that? So let's try that one more time. Let's see if we can decipher.
With the Recovery Act, right now, you see all the construction going on the highways around here.
So there you go. That is Joe Biden. By the way, one of the things, and I've had monologues about the highways dividing communities and all that kind of stuff, and it's a legit conversation to have from a historical perspective, but it's almost like the way that some people present that story is like, well, black people aren't allowed to use highways. Well, of course, black people are allowed to use highways. I understand they had to put the highways somewhere, and I do get that. But right now, here in 2024, I will also tell you that the biggest issue going on right now in some of these neighborhoods is crime. I mean, that's one of the biggest issues, and the Democrat Party is the one that is always out there trying to defund the police and legalize crime. That's one of the biggest issues right now in these neighborhoods. Did you hear what's going on in Boston? And the mayor in Boston, the uber woke mayor in Boston, just threw down a whole bunch of crimes that the police are not going to be allowed to arrest people for anymore. She basically wants to allow things like shoplifting and make those, take them off the books. They're not going to be crimes anymore. I'll get into more details on that coming up. I don't want to be late because coming up we've got Jonathan Fahey. He is our legal analyst. We're going to talk all about what is going on with Donald Trump and the jury deliberations. My specific question to Jonathan is going to be talk a little bit about how bizarre these jury instructions really are. We're going to get into that and a whole lot more straight ahead on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Why should you become a Beehive member from my friends at Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling? Well, number one, they're a Rude Pro partner. Number two is they've always got ways to save you money. And right now, here in the month of May, a couple of things that they want you to know about. They do know the times are tough. They got special financing going on right now, up to 12 months, no interest, no payments, with approved credit. So if you've got to buy a new HVAC unit or whatever, they can help you out with special financing. They've also got a great new deal on HVAC units. Also offering you free air duct cleaning, fogging, and UV light home treatment with the purchase of select new units. And finally, they've got some plumbing specials, $500 off select tankless water heaters and $500 off upright S&C water heaters as well. Again, they are your Rude Pro partner, 615-775-7833, 615-775-7833, busybeehvac.com.
Good morning. It is 6:30, and I'm Jay Harper with your top stories. Plenty of sunshine, 56 degrees on Music Row. The weather forecast and a traffic report are on the way. A teenage boy is dead, and his teenage sister is recovering in the hospital after a shooting at a park in Bellevue. According to Metro Police, the shooting happened around 8 o'clock last night at Red Caboose Park. Metro spokesperson with the police department, Don Ahrens, this is his statement from last evening.
A fight broke out between females this evening in the parking lot of Red Caboose Park. Other teens joined the fight. During the fight, a gun was produced. Shots were fired. Two teenagers, 16 and 13, sister and brother, were hit. The 16-year-old girl has been taken to the hospital. She's going to survive her injuries. The 13-year-old was hit multiple times, rushed to the hospital. He has now been pronounced deceased.
The 16-year-old was able to give police a name and description of the shooter. Officers spotted an individual who matched the suspect's description walking along Highway 70 about a half mile away from the park. That individual was detained and has been identified as 15-year-old DeAnthony Osasosifo. He's been charged with criminal homicide. Jurors in former President Trump's hush money trial will rehear key evidence today. They'll also rehear the judge's instructions before returning to deliberations. ABC News correspondent Aaron Katursky, he's outside the courtroom, and he has more.
Among the 7 men, 5 women jury, 2 lawyers, a teacher, a physical therapist, And their 5 hours of deliberations have already changed the vibe at this courthouse. The lawyers seem a little more tense, the court security officers more rigid as a jury gets ever closer in this landmark trial.
That is the latest news. Traffic and weather, they are next. I'm Jay Harper, WTN News.
Thank you, Jay. 6:33, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Man, I was talking about this yesterday in Texas. You got thousands of people without power. That is, of course, happened here as well. You need a backup home generator from my friends at Cove Generators because, listen, Mother Nature can strike anytime, anywhere. If you can hear my voice, you are in that path of tornadoes and, yes, power outages as well. And that backup home standby generator from Cove Generators could be critical for you and your family. And right now, listeners to my show get a free 10-year warranty. It's been upgraded as well. A free 10-year warranty and $500 off when you mention my name, Dan Mandis. So if you're watching the news and if you're thinking about getting a backup generator for your house, you've got to call Cove Generators. They are your premier Generac home standby generator dealer in Tennessee. Now, if you've got any questions, just call my buddy Generator Dave, and he's going to answer whatever you ask. He and the entire team at Cove Generators, they will answer your questions before and after you buy that backup generator. And remember that great deal, a free, upgraded 10-year warranty and $500 off when you mention my name. That is a deal you're not going to find anywhere else but at Cove Generators when you call them and mention my name, 931-559-3311. 931-559-3311. You can find them online, covegenerators.com. Terms and conditions may apply. 638 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Thank you very much for joining us. Jonathan Fahey is on the Newsmaker Hotline, former ICE director, former federal prosecutor as well. Jonathan, always love having you on and trying to make heads or tails out of the Trump hush money trial. And so first place I want to go is what seems to me, and I'm clearly a layman, but the very bizarre jury instructions where, okay, y'all have to agree whether or not he's innocent or guilty. However, if you find him guilty, you don't have to agree on the reasons why. I mean, that just, I don't know. It's sort of baffling to me. Is this unconstitutional?
Yeah, I think this is really problematic, and I was trying to think of it like an analogous situation, and I couldn't. I actually talked to some other people that have done this. Like, is this ever common in other types of criminal cases? And no one could come up with an example. And what makes this so bad is, as you know, and probably most of your listeners know, the other crime that they have to prove, or proving another crime, is what elevates all of these offenses from just misdemeanors to felonies. Mm-hmm. And now the judge basically gave them, I think they have a list of 3 to choose from. So it could have been, the jury could be, 4, 4, 4, or any other type of split. So it is very interesting. The thing that makes this the most serious and has the greatest consequences to Donald Trump is the thing that they don't seem to have to have unanimity on. And yeah, that's a great concern. And I think it's real problematic because, there is Supreme Court, case law that says anything that basically elevates the maximum punishment needs to be proven to a jury beyond a reasonable doubt. And their argument would be, well, we proved a crime, they agreed that a crime was committed beyond a reasonable doubt, although they may not have agreed on the crime, which I think is very concerning. And that may be his best issue, meaning Donald Trump's on appeal if he's not successful. But again, as we've talked about, that doesn't really help him when the whole point of this is just an election interference prosecution. The Democrats still win under that theory.
Right. Jonathan Fahey joining us. This is from the Associated Press. Mershon gave the jurors 3 possible unlawful means they can apply to Trump's charges: falsifying other business records, breaking the Federal Elections Campaign Act, or submitting false information on a tax return. So somebody was asking me yesterday, and I don't know the answer to this, but I mean, clearly, I believe that you're a great legal mind. We've got Jonathan Turley, Alan Dershowitz, and a whole bunch of other folks who are really Democrats in how they vote. But they're looking at this, and this is clearly, it seems to me, unconstitutional. So when you look at what Judge Mershon is doing, who holds him accountable? How does this whole thing work? Because clearly he's not abiding by the Constitution.
Yeah, like the only way really that he could be held accountable is being reversed by the appellate court, so his decisions could be reversed. But in terms of anything else, he's doing, I think judges are I believe they're elected up in New York. So, they're going to be happy with him up in New York because he's, from all accounts, really putting his thumb on the scale for the government in every step of the way. Which generally in a criminal case, the whole idea is protecting the rights of the accused, and the judges should be very conscious of those every step of the way. And this is a novel prosecution, not just the former president, but under these theories. So something that's probably never been done before. Nobody has ever brought any examples of it being done before. And instead of doing things that might be favorable to the defendant when there's a close call, everything is to be favorable to the prosecution, which is quite concerning. And I think the optics of this are quite bad under the, if another court were to take a serious look at this. But again, the Democrats, their whole point was to prosecute Donald Trump, keep him off the campaign trail. They want to be able to say he's a convicted felon if he's convicted and things like that. So, they're getting what they want out of this case, and it's very sad. It's completely shameful that this is even going on.
Alan Dershowitz had an interesting point because most folks, including me, and it sounds like you too, believe that this will all be taken care of in the appellate court. But one of the things that Dershowitz said, and he knows because this actually happened to him, is his worry is that the appellate court judge, he doesn't want to be the guy that strikes down a conviction because that ultimately would mean that it is a pathway to Donald Trump being president. And that appellate judge, whoever it is, doesn't want to be shunned and shamed by friends and family and his circle of friends. That's what Dershowitz said. This is what he experienced. Alan Dershowitz did. Number one, is there any worry to that? And if this is, if they come back with a guilty verdict, how long does that appellate process take? Does that take us beyond November?
I think it takes beyond November, because I think typically what will happen is if he is convicted, then they'll set the case down for a couple months or probably a few months for a sentencing in front of the same judge. He will then be sentenced, and then at that point, the case is ripe to take an appeal, and that goes through the whole system where there's briefing and other things. So that could probably be upwards of another 6 months to a year. So we're looking at probably well into 2025. So, and I think Alan Dershowitz's point among the circle of people, and I think he's talked about it, once he started, pointing out some problems with the way Donald Trump was being treated legally, he was basically shunned in his circle. I think he would talk about on Martha's Vineyard and other places, just because he was pointing things out. And he's a Democrat, and I don't even think he was a huge fan. I'm not even sure he voted for Donald Trump, but they basically shunned him in his circle. So it's pretty scary that, and that's the scary thing with these jurors, is they're pulled from a pool of 85 to 90% of people that voted against Donald Trump, and to have them to think they will be able to go back to their communities or whatever their communities are. If they don't convict them, it's going to be very hard. It's going to take a lot of courage on behalf of these jurors, and I hope at least one of them has it, but I'm quite concerned about this.
6:45, Nashville's Morning News. Jonathan Fahey, our legal analyst, is joining us talking about the Trump trial and the hush money trial, the jury. Day 2 of deliberations. Got a lot more straight ahead. Time to check the roads on Super Talk 99.7. Thank you, Jack. Partly cloudy today. Highs near 80. Right now, 57 degrees at Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Jonathan, so let me ask you this then. Guilty verdict, goes to appeal. That takes months. If Trump wins the presidency, then what happens to this case, and frankly, the other cases as well, when the president is in the White House?
Yeah, that's a good question. I think there's probably some really good supremacy clause type of arguments that you cannot do anything to him when he's in the White House, meaning sentencing, or continue on with some of these other cases, particularly the state cases. I mean, I think the federal cases will go away because he will be in charge of the executive branch, and they will, his new attorney general will dismiss those cases. But the other cases, I think, will be held in abeyance until the end of his presidency, which at that point would be 2029. So you would also wonder, would there be any appetite at that point, because he couldn't run again and things like that. So I think everything would basically go on hold. I mean, I think the appeals process could go on with this case if he's convicted, but as far as anything executing any sort of sentence against him would have to be on hold until the end of the presidency.
So I agree with you. This is concerning. I was concerned that there would be a guilty verdict. My prediction was a hung jury. With these new jury instructions, though, I'm not so sure if a hung jury is going to be in the cards. I believe that realistically, former President Donald Trump could be found guilty. Based on the jury instructions, I feel like Judge Marchand has really, and I've made this analogy, if you will, a couple of different times, where the judge really is like leading the jury on a leash towards a conviction, towards a guilty verdict, because everything that he has done in this case, from overruling the objections of the defense, the constant objections by the defense, to how he has run this trial, really has had one goal in mind, and that is to lead the jury towards a conviction of Donald Trump. Would you agree?
Yeah, I think so. And I think a couple of things that are concerning. One, you have the jury instruction issue. But the other thing is he didn't let Donald Trump present a defense on why what they did was not a violation of federal election law, which is one of these secondary crimes. And, and everyone that's looked at this on the federal election law side of this, it's not even ambiguous, but this was not a violation of federal campaign finance law, or, this wasn't an illegal donation, as they would say. So I find that the most concerning, because typically I was a prosecutor, almost 20 years, like 19 years. And generally criminal cases, the defendants have a lot of leeway in what they can say and what they can do, because again, like we, talked about, the whole system is set up to protect the rights of the accused. So yeah, they may have a crazy defense. They may want to make an argument, and generally judges just go along with it. This certainly wasn't a crazy defense, but it's just very interesting. It just shows putting a thumb on the scales. And then you compare the Stormy Daniels testimony versus the Costello testimony, who Costello was Trump's only witness, and basically shutting them down, fighting with them, as opposed to just letting them, testify, which his testimony, what substantively was quite powerful, saying how Cohen was a liar and didn't have anything on Trump, and all of a sudden now he has all of this stuff. It's pretty compelling stuff. And he seemed to shut that down, while Stormy Daniels just had free reign to talk about totally irrelevant and prejudicial things about Donald Trump, or things that would make people, uncomfortable or whatever. And yeah, so those types of things are quite concerning. And you would also think of a liberal jurisdiction like New York, where they're basically not prosecuting anyone. They have a DA that ran on a platform of not prosecuting people, that you would typically have more defendant-friendly judges. And you have this judge that, it's quite remarkable to me that particularly all the circumstances, former president of the United States, unique theory of prosecution, all of these things, you think there would be some leeway on the defense, and he's had none. So I do think every step of the way, it does seem like the prosecution has gotten it's seemingly every close call and things like that in this case, and the prosecution got to do whatever they wanted in this case.
Let me ask you, so we have all kinds of different polling out there that shows that, it matters. Other polls say this doesn't matter. You not only do legal analysis, you do political analysis as well. Which do you believe? Do you believe that this does matter? Do you believe that this does not matter? President Biden is going to be speaking after the verdict comes in, no matter what it is. I believe that they're hoping that obviously it's a guilty verdict, so he can, brand Donald Trump as, convicted felon. Do you think the American people really care much about this?
I don't think generally people care that much about it. I mean, it's been all over the news and the main story, but I just don't get the sense that there's like the buzz that there was like for like an O.J. Simpson type of thing, that everyone is glued to this. However, if you're looking at, a close race with a couple people, a couple percentage in the middle that are, movable voters, it can make a difference. I mean, I think Donald Trump could still win if he's convicted. I think it's harder. But I think if he's acquitted, I think he jumps up by so much, because Biden's campaign, we've talked about, I mean, he's personally a complete disaster, and on all the issues, he's losing, save abortion. But yeah, so I do think it can be concerning. And it is funny that they're going to get on, and he'll do one of these after the verdict, we must respect the rule of law type of speeches. It'll be just so nauseating. Meanwhile, you have people like Senator Schumer that are on a daily basis undermining the Supreme Court in every which way they can, or Joe Biden didn't exactly respect the law with classified documents or anything else, but you'll have one of these sanctimonious, nauseating type of things.
Oh, yeah.
And, but they're going after probably, it's probably fighting over these people that haven't made up their mind, which there aren't that many now, at least looking at these polls, assuming they're accurate. The undecideds don't seem particularly high. But yeah, it is concerning. But if Donald Trump were to win or get a hung jury, I think he gets an enormous boost out of this.
All right, Jonathan, I've got 20 seconds. Your prediction: hung jury, guilty verdict, not guilty.
I would say at this point, based on the instructions, I think it's a better chance of a guilty verdict. But I think it's just hard to predict 12 random people we don't know anything about. So a strong qualifier on that.
All right. Thank you, Jonathan. Always appreciate your analysis and always spot on. 6:53, Nashville's Morning News on WTN. Dan Mandis here with a question for you. We've had all kinds of storms as of late, as you know. If your roof was destroyed in a storm, how much of that replacement cost would your insurance company cover? Now, if you don't know, you really do need to ask, because some insurance companies, they're not going to pay full replacement cost. They're going to deduct money for an older roof. Now, this means that the insurance company is going to depreciate how much they pay for your roof claim. In other words, in my opinion, they're ripping you off, because what that's going to do is that's going to leave you on the hook for thousands of dollars. Now, my friends at King and Associates Insurance, what they're going to do is pay full replacement cost. So whether you have to replace a 10-year-old roof or a 2-year-old roof, they pay for it to be replaced, period. And it is that kind of focus on customer service that makes King and Associates Insurance one of the absolute best insurance companies around. The phone number is 615-329-8121, 615-329-8121. For King and Associates Insurance, you can get your royal review at tkinginsurance.com. That's tkinginsurance.com. 6:54 on Nashville's Morning News. Jay Harper in for Ken Weaver. Jay, what's coming up?
Yes, Dan, another Nashville area teen is dead as the result of gunfire. We'll have the sad details. And it's day 2 of jury deliberations in that Trump trial. We'll have the latest on that. And a volcano eruption has people scrambling. We'll tell you where. Those stories at 7 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning. It is 7:01, and I'm Jay Harper with your top stories. We've got sunshine, 60 degrees. A full forecast and traffic are upcoming. A teenage boy is dead, and his teenage sister is recovering in the hospital after a shooting at a park in Bellevue. According to Metro Police, the shooting happened last night around 8 o'clock at the Red Caboose Park. Police report a fight broke out between a group of females in the parking lot. Then other teens joined in the melee. During the fight, police say an individual pulled out a gun and started shooting. A 16-year-old girl and a 13-year-old boy were hit in the shooting. The two victims were identified as brother and sister. The 13-year-old boy, identified as Aiden Hayes, was transported to an area hospital with multiple gunshot wounds. He later died. The 16-year-old is expected to be okay. She was able to give police a name and description of the shooter. Nashville police spokesman Don Aarons from last evening.
We have witnesses who are also here who are going to continue to provide information to us to help further this investigation.
Officers spotted an individual who matched the suspect's description walking along Highway 70 about a half mile away from the park. That individual was detained. He's been identified as 15-year-old DeAnthony Osasosifo. He's been charged with criminal homicide. Before resuming deliberations, jurors in former President Trump's hush money trial will rehear key evidence. ABC's investigative correspondent Aaron Katursky, he's outside the courthouse with more.
This morning, the court is going to read back testimony from two prominent witnesses, David Pecker, the former publisher of the National Enquirer, and Trump's former lawyer and fixer, Michael Cohen. The jury asked to hear how each of those men testified about a meeting at Trump Tower where prosecutors said they hatched a scheme with Trump to corrupt the 2016 election by hiding from voters lewd stories from Trump's past.
When you think of Iceland, do you think of volcanoes? Well, residents there are running for cover as a volcano erupts there for the fifth time since December.
First responders getting people out as the ash goes up and the lava spews along a fissure now over 2 miles long in the country's southwest corner. Local search and rescue team member Bergvin Anderson.
The Blue Lagoon was evacuated first, and there were a lot of guests there, probably around over 100.
Also, there were some people in the nearby coastal town of Grindavik moved out to safety.
The market numbers report this morning brought to you by Beacon Capital Management. They are online at beaconcm.com. Futures ahead of the opening bell. The Dow futures down 337. S&P 500 down 19. And NASDAQ futures down 49 1/4. That is the latest news. Traffic and weather are next. I'm Jay Harper, WTN News.
7:07, Nashville's morning news on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Welcome on in. Hope you are having a great Thursday. Still feels a little off. The week feels a little off, of course. Most of us had Monday off. I'll tell you what, who does not have the day off today, that is the jurors in the Trump hush money case. It will continue to monitor that situation from New York. There's a lot of other things that are going on. One of the things that I thought was interesting, this is going to trigger a lot of you folks, because every time Senator Marsha Blackburn is on the air with me, I get just hammered with super texts and emails about how you don't like Marsha Blackburn. Well, this headline from Axios, Marsha Blackburn earns VP buzz while running for re-election. Go ahead, 615-737-9986. Listen, I get it. A lot of you folks don't like Marsha Blackburn. You don't like Senator Blackburn. I get that. However, it would appear that former President Donald Trump does. Here's what Axios says. Then I'm going to move on to some other things. While U.S. Senator Marsha Blackburn campaigns to keep her Senate seat, her name is being mentioned by some media outlets as a possible running mate for former President Donald Trump. Apparently, she was one of a bunch of folks that were out there at Mar-a-Lago, and they were sort of auditioning, I guess, for the VP role. And I guess the former president called her she was like an Energizer bunny when she ran for the Senate in 2018. That's what they say. Did I miss that? I must have missed that Senator Blackburn is like an Energizer bunny, according to former President Donald Trump, when she ran for the Senate in 2018. Now, in an interview last weekend, the former president did not single out Senator Blackburn, but said that we have many people who would do a really fantastic job as vice president. I think that this story, and if I actually had a piece of paper, I would crinkle it up, but it's on the computer. I think this story is a bunch of hogwash. I don't think that Marsha Blackburn, I don't think the senator is up for a VP nod. I just don't. Now, I could be completely wrong on that, but I just don't think that she is. But that is in the news today, and I can already see this. You folks never let me down. All the Marsha Blackburn hate is coming in. I understand. 0025, I don't necessarily like her, but in the shape the country's in, we need her. We certainly do not need a Democrat. Well, I understand that, certainly. 7166, Blackburn for VP, no way. 1082, Marsha Blackburn, go home. I don't know. 3280 says that he or she loves Marsha Blackburn as a VP nod for the president. I just don't think that's going to happen. I just don't. I think there's a lot of other people, and this is no offense to Senator Blackburn. I do believe that there's other people that would be really good, and I also believe that she is doing good things in the Senate. So I don't think we want to go there. 7-Eleven on Nashville's Morning News. Now, talking about Joe Biden, there's a number of things in the news today outside of the hush money trial that I want to get to. Part of the dialogue this morning is that Joe Biden is out there. He was in Philadelphia. He is pandering to black voters across America. And so he continues to go down that road. And part of this is because the president has not done much, if not anything, for the black community in the last 3.5 years. And so you see one person after another, very influential folks in the black community, from Cardi B to Charlemagne and others, who are out there and they're saying that no, they will not support Joe Biden, and it is all about the economy. Even Cardi B said there was a lot of broken promises. It's what she said. And basically, Charlemagne said the same thing. And so my question, of course, would then be, okay, well, that's all fine, well, and good. But my bigger question would be, you really do owe your community, the people that look up to you and they take your advice seriously, you owe them an apology. That's number one. But number two, I do wonder if they see that this is just complete pandering. This was Joe Biden in Philadelphia.
On Memorial Day, I proudly stood with a black man.
Wow. I mean, that is almost as bad as, my name is Joe Biden and I'm a lifelong member of the NAACP, right? I mean, isn't that like, hey, some of my friends are black. I've got friends that are black.
On Memorial Day, I proudly stood with a black man.
Wow. Okay. Well, Joe, I will tell you that there are millions of black people across this country who have watched their grocery bills go up by like 35, 40, 50% because of Biden inflation. So it's real nice that on Memorial Day,
I proudly stood with a black man.
I mean, do they really think that this is going to work? That would be my question. That's number one. Number two, and I mean, I could do the whole, what has Joe Biden done for the black community? Absolutely nothing. He's pandering. I could go down that road. It's about the economy, stupid. And it doesn't matter what your skin color is. The economy is impacting everyone. But I've done that ad nauseum. And so is everyone else. And certainly the black community knows that. Here's the other question that I would ask. Are we actually safer now? Is the black community or all Americans, regardless of your skin color, are we actually safer now than we were when Joe Biden took the oath of office? Well, clearly that answer is no. Because of Joe Biden's open border policy. That, by the way, they continue to say that, no, we don't have an open border policy. They continue to lie to the American people. They continue to deny that they have completely opened our borders. But now in the news today, a pro-ISIS group, you've heard Jay talking about this, in for Ken. Pro-ISIS group is posting ominous messages showing Long Island Cricket Stadium, and this is apparently the same group that attacked that Russian concert months ago. And while I do understand that the dynamics in Russia versus the dynamics here and the law enforcement and all that is different, I do understand all that. But what I also understand is that we have wide open borders. And so, yes, police are on a terror alert. I'll tell you about that straight ahead on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. It is 7:15. Time to check the roads. Thank you, Jack. Partly cloudy today. Highs near 80, 59 now at Super Talk 99.7 at WTN. Of course, all eyes on New York and the hush money jury, the trial jury there. It's going to be their second day of deliberations. And so we're all just, the world is literally on standby waiting to see what they come back with. I've done an interview on this. I've covered it almost every single segment so far today. And I don't believe that by and large, and I was talking to Jonathan Fahey about this, I don't believe that the American people are particularly concerned about that. But here's what the American people are concerned with: their safety, their families, and terrorism. And that's why when you look at all the polling, they show that the American people are really concerned about immigration. Well, let me drill down on that a little bit, because, yeah, the American people are concerned with illegal immigration. And here's part of the reason why. Because when you have illegal immigration, do you know what else you have? You have migrant crime, you have terrorism, you have fraud, as far as benefits and all the rest of that nonsense. Although really these days you don't even have to, defraud the government, the Biden administration, to get free stuff. They just allow it. And so do the sanctuary cities. Oh, you need $500? You need a place to stay? You need free food? You need whatever? Here you go. Here's a gift card, courtesy of the hardworking people of America. but we have people coming across our border from places like China, places like Pakistan, places like Iran. And we don't know who they are or what they're up to. So when you see a headline that says cops on terror alert after ISIS threatens cricket World Cup match on Long Island, and now they've got really, really, really tight security. Well, that's good. Thanks, Joe. Police are ramping up security on Long Island after ISIS threatened to disrupt an upcoming Cricket World Cup match between India and Pakistan at an East Meadow Stadium, authorities said on Wednesday. While officials said there had been no specific threat of a terror attack at Eisenhower Stadium during the June 9th match, cops are taking no chances when the international championship comes to town. And I'll tell you why they're not taking any chances. The reason why they're not taking any chances is because, from what I understand, this is the same group that threatened to attack that concert in Russia that ultimately did happen. A whole bunch of people, I forget the death toll, but a bunch of people were killed, murdered in cold blood. They say this will be the tightest security that Nassau County has ever seen. They've got intelligence agencies out there. They've got local law enforcement. They say we have partnered with the New York Police Department, the MTA, New York State Police, Suffolk County, FBI, and DHS. All of these folks. They say that at this point in time, everything is credible. I mean, I could remind you about all those people that have come across our southern border that are on, for example, the terror watch list. And this is all courtesy of Joe Biden. So when you see at the polling, and I was talking about this earlier today, and I don't want to dwell on all the polling that's out there today, but number one thing that people are worried about is the economy. That is a focus on Joe Biden. Illegal immigration. That is a focus on Joe Biden. Under the header of illegal immigration, you can talk about, of course, again, migrant crime, and now this very worrisome story about the cricket match out there in, what is this, at Long Island, New York, where now ISIS is threatening the Cricket World Cup. It is 7:20 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. It's funny, people are chiming in on Marsha Blackburn, Senator Marsha Blackburn, possibly being a possible running mate for Joe Biden. And I don't know, I've seen maybe one person, maybe a couple, who have said that they believe that that is a good idea. 1119, Blackburn is not presidential material. VP needs to have the potential to be a president. Yeah, that's true. That's true. I just don't know if she wants to go through all that. You think Senator Blackburn, I don't know how old she is, but I just don't believe that she wants to go through being a running mate of Donald Trump. And I just, again, and I've said this 1,000 times, I like Byron Donalds. There's a lot of other people out there that I like that, no offense to the senator, but I would put over her just because I think that they have a lot to offer. And I'm not saying that Senator Blackburn doesn't have a lot to offer, but I just think that there's others that I would like to see in that role other than Senator Blackburn. But we'll have to wait and see what happens. Because you know what? She has done a lot of good things as senator. I know there's some of y'all that don't like her, and I do understand that. We'll have to wait and see what happens. Who would take her place? So if she actually became the running mate of Donald Trump and she's up for re-election, you'd have to get another Republican to jump in there real quick. I'm not exactly sure what the process would be. But you know what? I always liked Dr. Manny Sethi, ran against Bill Hagerty. I always liked Dr. Manny Sethi. He's somebody who I've always thought, and I like Bill Hagerty, but I thought that Sethi was also really good. Anyway, 7:22 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. 3287 WTF. Who are you saying is going to be a running mate for Donald Trump? Marsha Blackburn. Some people are saying, oh, no, she's clearly going to be a running mate for Joe Biden. No. That's why I can't read the super text line when I'm on the air. 722 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. By the way, coming up at 7:35, Stephen Bucci is going to join us from the Heritage Foundation, and we're going to talk about what is going on with Israel and Rafah, and we're also going to talk about this terrorist threat from ISIS, because Stephen Bucci, he is an expert in all of these things, so he'll be able to tell us about those two stories and a whole lot more. And again, that is coming up at 7:35 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Vivek Ramaswamy or Tulsi Gabbard, Ted Cruz, Marco Rubio, Matt Murphy. Is this Murphy show? Matt says that he wants Matt Murphy to be Donald Trump's running mate. And whoever it is, it's not Matt Murphy, because Murphy doesn't have a 615. So Matt wants Murphy show to be the running mate of Donald Trump. Moving right along. It's not that I don't like Matt, but, you know, he is under contractual obligation here.
Yeah, Matt may be an a-hole, but he's our a-hole.
That's exactly right.
We don't want to lose him.
But listen, if he keeps being an a-hole, he'll no longer be our a-hole. I'm totally kidding. Matt, if you're listening, we're totally kidding. We absolutely
love
you.
Murphy.
All right. Spring cleaning time in the Mandis house, maybe your house as well. Time to call Zero Res. They've got a great offer going on right now. 3 rooms of carpets cleaned for just $109. Plus, you're going to get a free hallway. That is over $70 in savings. Plus, you get a free dryer vent cleaning with air duct cleaning as well. And if you've got some tile that also needs attention, my friends at Zero Res, they're going to give you 20% off. Now, this is the company that comes to my rescue. I've told you that with bandits issues, Zero Res is now coming out about once every couple of months, sadly. But they've always got great deals, and they've got a great deal, again, going on right now. This stuff can live in your carpet. Pet germs and odors and things that make you and your kids sick. Zero Res can get most of that junk out of your carpet, leaving you with soft, fluffy carpets that are going to dry twice as fast. And they don't use any harsh chemicals either. That does mean pure safety for your family and pets. Now, don't forget that great deal. 3 rooms of carpets cleaned for just $109 plus a free hallway. That is over $70 in savings and a whole lot more. So call him, tell him Dan Mandis told you to reach out. The phone number is 615-535-9376. 615-535-9376. You can always book online at ZeroResNashville.com. That's ZeroResNashville.com. It is the right way to clean. 725 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. The Super Text line is open, 615-737-9986. News with Jay Harper is coming up. And Jay, what is coming up?
Yeah, Dan, teens and guns, not a good mix, as another Nashville area shooting involving teens leaves another child dead. We'll have details. Also, it's day 2 of deliberations in the Trump trial. We'll learn the latest on that from the scene at the courthouse. Join us at 7:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
The guaranteed offer is the easiest way to sell your home. It's really simple. We bring you an all-cash offer. You close in as little as 21 days. No home inspections, no lock boxes, no open houses. Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer and start packing.
Hey, what's up, guys? This is Matt Murphy for Members Nutrition. I want to tell you about the Members Nutrition difference, and I want to encourage you to go over to the Members Nutrition website. Number 1, they believe at Members Nutrition that they can sell vitamins and supplements at a lower cost point, and they're doing it every single day at membersnutrition.com. Number 2, they want to make these products right here in the United States of America, not from some overseas company, and they do that every single day. I encourage you to go to membersnutrition.com. You'll get 50% off your purchase price at checkout. You don't have to put in any codes. Just go to membersnutrition.com. Once again, membersnutrition.com.
News with Jay Harper is coming up next, 7:30 on WTN. Dan Mandis. In the middle of a great backyard makeover, I know the value of updating and upgrading your backyard firsthand. And my friends at Moon Valley Nurseries, they can help you if you've been thinking about upgrading and updating as well. Now, what I'd like you to do is think about what you would want in your perfect backyard. Then you can check these folks out online. It's moonvalleynurseries.com/get growing. They've got a ton of great ideas. Now, you can actually add livable space to your home. When you do this, not to mention increase the value of your home as well. Now, if you're not quite sure what you need, but you do know that you need to do something, get a free design consultation from Moon Valley Nurseries. They can help you prepare for any backyard event, big or small. They can help you by creating the perfect setting for anything. It can be a wedding, it can be a birthday party, it can be a graduation. Moon Valley Nurseries can help you create that memories when they help you create the perfect backyard. So tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out. moonvalleynurseries.com/get growing. moonvalleynurseries.com/get growing.
Good morning. It is 7:31, and I'm Jay Harper with your top stories. We've got sunny skies, 62 degrees, a complete forecast and traffic in just a few minutes. A teenage boy is dead. His teenage sister, she's recovering in the hospital after they were both shot at a park in Bellevue. According to Metro Police, the shooting occurred about 8 o'clock last night at Red Caboose Park. Metro Police spokesman Don Ahrens from last evening.
A fight broke out between females this evening in the parking lot of Red Caboose Park. Other teens joined the fight. During the fight, a gun was produced. Shots were fired. Two teenagers, 16 and 13, sister and brother, were hit. The 16-year-old girl has been taken to the hospital. She's going to survive her injuries. The 13-year-old was hit multiple times, rushed to the hospital. He has now been pronounced deceased.
The boy who died, he's been identified as Aiden Hayes. His 16-year-old sister was able to give police a name and description of the shooter. Police spotted an individual who matched the description walking along Highway 70 about a half mile away from the park. That individual was detained. He's been identified as 15-year-old DeAnthony Osasosifo. He's been charged with criminal homicide. But before resuming deliberations, jurors in former President Trump's trial will rehear key evidence. ABC's Aaron Katursky, he's outside the courthouse with more.
This morning, the court is going to read back testimony from two prominent witnesses, David Pecker, the former publisher of the National Enquirer, and Trump's former lawyer and fixer, Michael Cohen. The jury asked to hear how each of those men testified about a meeting at Trump Tower where prosecutors said they hatched a scheme with Trump to corrupt the 2016 election by hiding from voters lewd stories from Trump's past.
Back here in Nashville, a suspect's in custody after a man was stabbed at a WeGo bus stop in the Edge Hill community. That happened very early this morning. According to police, a man was found suffering from stab wounds at the bus stop at the intersection of 12th Avenue South and Edge Hill Avenue. That was at around 5 o'clock this morning. He was taken to the hospital for treatment. No word on the extent of his injuries. And again, a suspect is in custody. That is the latest news. Traffic and weather there next. I'm Jay Harper, WTN News.
7:34 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. Coming up, Stephen Bucci from the Heritage Foundation, foreign policy analyst. We're going to talk about not only Israel, but also the situation where ISIS is now threatening this cricket tournament, the championship out there in Long Island, New York. So we'll talk about all of that and a whole lot more with Stephen Bucci. Scary times ahead in front of our wide open borders. So who do you trust when it comes to your money? Now, me, I turned to Paul Winkler years ago, and I still use Paul Winkler today. Dan Mandis here. He's got, not only is Paul great, but he's got a tremendous staff as well. Now, a lot of these other financial folks, they say different things, but those same people all have something to sell. So, of course, they're pitching their own products. Now, Paul likes to put it this way. If you worked for a car company, wouldn't you say that your car that you're selling is the best. Well, it's the same thing with banks and insurance agents who sell investment products. Now, Paul is always looking out for your best interests. He's going to teach you how to relax about money. Call him 615-851-1950. Tell him Dan Mandis told you to reach out. Always check out his website. It's full of videos and articles and charts about how you too can relax about money. Find him online, paulwinkler.com. paulwinkler.com, 615-851-1950. Hey, it's Dan Mandis, and I am so glad that California Closets has fixed my closet catastrophe. After exact measuring and planning, they came over and got to work. Yeah, once it was all plotted out on their 3D CAD system, the pieces are measured, cut, and precisely installed into my space. It was clean, fast, and professional, and above all, my new closets look and function great. Now, this was my dormer, and now this is my new dormer thanks to California Closets. Look at all of this added space for shirts and shoes, you name it, and it is cut so precisely, simply amazing. And my old closet that has now been reborn as the ultimate in style and functionability, making the best use of the space that I had. They can work on just about anything: bedrooms, garages, home offices, closets, pantries, and so much more. Find them online, CaliforniaClosets.com, and see what they can do for you. You can schedule a free design consultation. Mention my name, CaliforniaClosets.com. $7:39. Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Let's get right to the Newsmaker Hotline. Stephen Bucci, foreign policy analyst for the Heritage Foundation, and our guest. Stephen, hope you are doing well, especially after having to sit through the Cars for Kids commercial on hold. Thank you for... Thank you for...
No worries. It's I recognize the song.
There you go. Yeah, we all do. Okay, so moving right along. Couple of things. Number one is let's talk about Israel. I think the last time you and I spoke, there were a lot of people worried that Israel was going to go into Rafah hard and heavy, and there are going to be thousands of people killed and so forth. Has Israel, because we've all been consumed, of course, the world is consumed with the hush money trial, among other things. It seems like Israel is still sort of, they haven't gone in as hard and heavy as people had thought, but there have been some casualties, including Benjamin Netanyahu has actually now apologized for a few dozen people being killed, civilians being killed accidentally. What's the latest going on there?
They have actually gone in and they've taken out a lot of the Hamas fighters that are still in there. They've got the area pretty much isolated and surrounded where they believe the bad guys are, and hopefully where the hostages are. But they are going, pretty precisely as much as you can in war. It seems like this last event, the one that Benjamin Netanyahu apologized for, is either just a flat-out mistake. Sometimes we drop the bombs in the wrong place. I heard a newscaster the other night on PBS. I think it was maybe a BBC reporter, but she was going, but this is one of the best militaries in the world. How could they make such a mistake? Well, I hate to tell you, but militaries make mistakes, number one, and number two, war is not precise. It's more precise than it's ever been in the past.
Yep.
But it's darn sure not precise. So, and then you combine that with there were numerous secondary explosions after that attack occurred, which is pretty much evidence that there were munitions and other things stored exactly in those areas that made the civilian casualties worse. So kudos to Netanyahu for taking responsibility, but I got to tell you, it's not all Israel's fault. So a lot of it had to do with where Hamas stores their stuff intentionally with the hope that Israel will not shoot there to get their guys, because they're worried about civilians. And Israel cares about civilians, but Hamas does not.
Well, I mean, there's only so much Israel can do, because you've got them hiding their weapons underneath schools and in communities. They also use civilians as human shields. And, try as you might, if I'm Benjamin Netanyahu, it is almost an impossible task to avoid civilian casualties. And that's why Hamas, the remaining battalions, went to Rafah, because they know that there's millions of people there in tents, and they know that there's a lot of human shields there. And so where do you see this battle going next?
To be honest with you, I think it's just going to continue. Israel will strangle the Hamas forces in Rafah and will get them and clean that out. They will take unbelievable grief from the world community and sadly even from our own president, but they will not stop, because they have made the decision, I believe accurately, that the only way to have a positive outcome of this is to remove the Hamas forces from Gaza forever. And that won't be perfect, but they'll do it robustly enough so that Hamas will no longer, at least for the foreseeable future, be a active force against Israel. And in the end, Israel will be safer than it was before. But they will continue to get dumped on by the international community, people either making ridiculous demands of them who were the aggrieved party. They were the ones attacked in the first place. They want them just to stand aside and not do anything. And the rest of the world is rewarding Hamas for their terrorist activity on October 7th and for their using of human shields of their own people by offering them their own state, by making it look like Israel are the bad guys and Hamas are just the victims. And that's just incredibly inaccurate and frankly stupid.
Oh, it's irresponsible. Yes, it is stupid and irresponsible as well. And there's a lot more. I want to talk about a couple more things. the pier that Biden was trying to put up, and of course, apparently it is now sank. So we're going to talk about that, and also this apparently this ISIS terror alert after they have now threatened the Cricket World Cup match on Long Island. So those two stories coming up with Stephen Bucci from the Heritage Foundation. 7:45, time to check the roads on WTN. Thank you very much. 7:45 on Nashville's Morning News. As far as your weather today, partly cloudy, highs near 80, and right now 60 degrees. Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Stephen Bucci joining us, foreign policy analyst for the Heritage Foundation. Real quickly, staying in Gaza. So with much fanfare, President Biden decided to put this pier, very controversial, so that they're in Gaza on the shores off of Gaza, so that they could bring in supplies for the civilians there in Gaza. Well, after a few weeks, the pier has literally sunk or ended up at least heavily damaged. Now they're trying to tow it away to repair it. And a lot of that aid has now ended up in the hands of Hamas. How did that happen?
Well, two different, technically unrelated issues. Number one, this is a bigger dock project than we had done before. Our engineers trained for this, but they had never done one in that particular area. Not every beach and area is ideal for this sort of thing because of sea states and the stuff there. It turns out this one is not ideal. Most of us were pretty confident that we could do the engineering part well, but the management of it was going to be pretty dicey, which it turned out to be completely untenable, because even though the aid got there, it, like all the other aid going into Gaza, it was immediately hijacked by Hamas. It never got to the people. People on the ground said, no, there's no new aid coming in from anywhere here, because it was all policed up by the Hamas terrorists, and they turn around and sell it to their own people for ridiculous prices as a moneymaker.
Yep.
So it shows you what kind of horrific people Hamas are. And so that part was a complete failure. And then in the meantime, as they're waiting to get more aid in, the pier starts to break up and pieces of it's sinking. So it's turned out to be a massively expensive virtue signaling exercise that has turned out to be a complete embarrassment to President Biden, because it was all his idea, I guess. And sadly, to my engineer buddies in the military, that they thought they had this process down, and it turns out, at least on that particular beach, not so much.
All right, let me ask you, as far as this is news this morning, the headline, Cops on Terror Alert After ISIS Threatens Cricket World Cup Match on Long Island. They have a lot of security now. I don't know, we don't know a whole lot about this, but, when you put this in the context of our wide open border, I mean, this is always worrisome, especially after what happened in Russia.
Very much so. When the attack happened in Russia and ISIS claimed it, Director Wray of the FBI immediately put out a report saying, we need to watch this. This same thing can happen to us. They're very concerned, and these are guys inside the Biden administration that are concerned. So even with them supporting the ridiculous border policies, they realize there's a price to pay, and it may be coming due here soon. And then to have ISIS make the threat there, and I'm from New York, and I got to tell you, post 9/11, the New York area, both the city and Long Island is, a big chunk of Long Island is inside New York City proper. They get worried about this stuff. They're still very sensitive from their experience in 9/11, and they're going to be going over the top with security for this event. But it tells you, any large-scale event, and we're going into summer right now when we have a ton of large-scale public events, very open, very difficult to secure. And now we know we've got potential ISIS operatives within the United States who are already making threats. Whose fault is that, Joe Biden? It's not the cops. It's not even the intelligence services. It's the specific policies and the restrictions you put on the men and women who are supposed to secure our border and the directives that they were given. And you and I, they're going to have to pay the price for it potentially.
All right, Stephen Bucci, always great analysis and always love having you on. Have you on again real soon. Thank you very much and have a great rest of week. It is 7:51 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Listen, springtime, heading into summer. We've already gone through Memorial Day and the unofficial start to summer. But if you've lost that spring in your step because of sports injuries, the Kellum Stem Cell Institute can help you with those nagging injuries and so much more. If you want to get back out on the pickleball court, the tennis court, maybe the softball field, they can help you do that by helping you with your body and with your aches and pains, whatever is ailing you. It can be sports injuries like concussions. It can be congestive heart failure, asthma, arthritis, autism, Lou Gehrig's disease. They can help you because they specialize in the harvesting of and then redeploying of your own stem cells to attack inflammation in your body to help it heal. Listen, if you've been to other doctors and they just can't seem to figure out how to help you feel better, the Kellum Stem Cell Institute, they can, because this is your body providing your cells and your solutions. And Dr. Ethan Kellum can help you today. And yes, they do now accept Care Credit. So check them out online, KELLUM, 2 L's, KellumStemCellInstitute.com. KellumStemCellInstitute.com, 615-850-4415. Call them today for your free consultation. Tell them I told you to call, 615-850-4415. The Kellum Stem Cell Institute, your body, your cells, your solution. 7:52 on Nashville's Morning News. Jay Harper in for Ken Weaver. What's coming up at 8?
Dan, another Nashville area teen is dead as the result of gunfire. We'll have the sad details. And you just heard about the renewed concerns about the terror group ISIS-K. We'll have more on that. And those political ads, are they real? Well, perhaps seeing should not necessarily be believed. We'll explain all those stories coming up at 8 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Oh, that's what you meant. Jeff is still learning the art of communicating with Mandis. So Jeff says, you've got a couple of minutes here. Now, what I hear in my head, Jay, is that when Jeff says you've got a couple of minutes here, I think, okay, I've got a couple of minutes. I'm not coming back. So what do? I stick a big chunk of cheese in my mouth. And then the bumper music comes up. Thank you, Jeff. That is on me, not you. 7:55 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Okay, so where are we at? All eyes still on what is going on in New York with the hush money case, and it's going to be day 2 of the deliberations. Now, earlier, we spoke with a guy named Jonathan Fahey. Now, you know that I interview him quite a bit these days. He's what I would consider a brilliant legal mind. But one of the things that a lot of folks are talking about today, and I've not yet played this one piece of audio where Alan Dershowitz, he is actually worried because we talked about Judge Merchan. We talked about how he is trying to lead this jury to a decision of guilty and a conviction of former President Donald Trump. And so one of the things that I thought was interesting was Dershowitz talking about how he wouldn't put it past Judge Merchan, where if there's one juror that isn't cooperating with said guilty verdict, that juror can just be replaced, because realize that the judge did not dismiss the alternate jurors. Listen. Need some audio, if I could, please.
The judge said he's not going to dismiss the alternate jurors until there's an absolute verdict. One possible reason for this might be following, and it's quite cynical. Let's assume that the jurors come back and say, sorry, we're deadlocked. We have one juror who just won't give in. The judge hears from the jurors, and the judge hears that they're 11-1. And then the judge has the power, rarely exercised, but he has the power. I've seen it done to say, well, if this juror won't deliberate, then he's violating his oath. And I'm going to substitute one of the alternate jurors for that juror, and then immediately they come back with a 12-0 verdict of conviction.
I mean, listen, he says that he hopes it doesn't happen, but it could, because he's being very cynical because, of course, of what we've seen with Judge Merchan. Whole lot more straight ahead. Nashville's Morning News on WTN. Hey, it's Dan Mandis, and I am so glad that California Closets has fixed my closet catastrophe. After exact measuring and planning, they came over and got to work. Yeah, once it was all plotted out on their 3D CAD system, the pieces are measured, cut, and precisely installed into my space. It was clean, fast, and professional, and above all, my new closets look and function great. Now, this was my dormer, and now this is my new dormer thanks to California Closets. Look at all of this added space for shirts and shoes, you name it, and it is cut so precisely, simply amazing. And my old closet that has now been reborn as the ultimate in style and functionability, making the best use of the space that I had. They can work on just about anything: bedrooms, garages, home offices, closets, pantries, and so much more. Find them online, CaliforniaClosets.com, and see what they can do for you. You can schedule a free design consultation. Mention my name, CaliforniaClosets.com.
Good morning. It's exactly 8 o'clock. I'm Jay Harper with your top stories. We've got sunshine, 62 degrees, a full weather forecast, and traffic are on the way. A teenage boy is dead this morning, and his teenage sister is recovering in the hospital after a shooting at a park in Bellevue. According to Metro Police, the shooting occurred around 8 o'clock last night at the Red Caboose Park. Police report a fight broke out among a group of females in the parking lot. Then other teens joined in the melee. During the fight, police say an individual pulled out a gun and started shooting. A 16-year-old girl and a 13-year-old boy were struck in that shooting. The two victims were identified as brother and sister. The 13-year-old boy, identified as Aiden Hayes, he was transported to an area hospital with multiple gunshot wounds where he later died. The 16-year-old is expected to be okay, and she was able to give police a name and description of the shooter. Nashville police spokesman Don Ahrens from last evening.
We have witnesses who are also here who are going to continue to provide information to us to help further this investigation.
Police were able to find an individual who matched the suspect's description, who was just walking along Highway 70 about a half mile from the park. That individual was detained. He's been identified as 15-year-old DeAnthony Osasosifo, and he has been charged with criminal homicide. New concerns about the terror group ISIS-K, as Dan was alluding to a little bit earlier this morning. Militants are claiming responsibility for that recent terror attack at a packed concert hall in Russia. Well, those same folks are now calling for an attack inside the U.S. Here's more from ABC's Rhiannon Ally.
Police on high alert after terror threats made against the upcoming Cricket World Cup on New York's Long Island. Authorities now saying an extra 100 officers will be assigned to the event. Hundreds of thousands of people are expected to attend the tournament. A no-fly zone will be enforced, and no bags will be allowed inside unless they are clear and medically necessary.
More state legislatures are confronting the issue of artificial intelligence and its ability to deceive. ABC's Jim Ryan, he says that election year mischief is driving a call to action.
Images of Donald Trump being arrested or Joe Biden welcoming undocumented immigrants at the border were all fake.
There's a lot of concerns about the use of artificial intelligence to generate misinformation,
says University of Houston professor Ryan Kennedy. Colorado has become the latest of around a dozen states to pass laws limiting the use of deepfakes in political campaigns. But Kennedy says it's up to voters to check their sources.
What they see on their social media feed is not necessarily the truth.
Market numbers. The report this morning brought to you by Beacon Capital Management. They are online at beaconcm.com. The market opening numbers this morning: the Dow Index down 411, the S&P 500 down 39, NASDAQ, it's down 99. That is the latest news, traffic, and weather. There next. I'm Jay Harper, WTN News.
The guaranteed offer is the easiest way to sell your home. It's really simple. We bring you an all-cash offer. You close in as little as 21 days. No home inspections, no lock boxes, no open houses. Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer and start packing.
8:06, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to you, friends. You know what I sometimes do? I don't know if I should admit this, but there are times when I will just sit around and play like Joe Biden's audio just to make myself feel better about myself. And this is one of those times. And so I'm over there on Red State, and they've got all this audio of Joe Biden trying to pander to the black community. And I believe that this was an epic fail. But I'm just going to play some of these because they're so... I'm not sure if funny is the right word, considering this is the man with the nuclear codes, right? But, you know, this is Joe Biden trying to pander. And here's part of what he had to say. Again, the president.
I promised we'd start to reconnect black and brown and overlooked neighborhoods cut off by highways in the 60s and decades of disinvestment as a consequence of it, including here in Philly. Well, we're changed that with the Recovery Act right now. You see all the construction going on the highways around here.
So I guess the question would be, what exactly is Joe saying?
Well, we're changed that with the Recovery Act right now. You see all the construction going on the highways around here.
I got Recovery Act, and then he just sort of like dissolved right there. But you know what? I would memo to Joe Biden, the least of Philadelphia's problems right now are the highways. People are using those highways to escape those communities, Joe. The problem those communities have right now is you've got horrible schools and you've got rampant crime. You've got a lot of migrants in these areas as well. Those are the problems right now in these types of communities. It has nothing to do with highways. But that's what Biden does. He repeats the same sort of pandering talking points. And I guarantee you the people who are in that audience are like, what the heck is he talking about? Here's another one. You ready?
I promised to access affordable high-speed internet because now internet is just as important as it was in the days of Franklin Roosevelt. Electricity was generated.
So high-speed internet is just as important now as it was during the days of Franklin Roosevelt. That's what he said. Did you hear him?
I'm trying not to cry and or laugh. I don't know what to do. I'm actually frozen right now.
Well, so is Biden's brain.
I promised to access affordable high-speed internet because now internet is just as important as it was in the days of Franklin Roosevelt. Electricity was generations ago. We're delivering now because no child should have to do their homework at McDonald's when things are shut down. Sit in the parking lot with their parent to get it done.
Are kids actually doing that these days? Like do kids actually go to McDonald's? And listen, I don't know. But the only people that I see, loitering at McDonald's are the homeless people.
I am a avid adventurer of McDonald's during my time of working, and I've never seen a kid on the sidewalk using Wi-Fi to do homework with his parents.
I've been sadly probably going to McDonald's far too much. Riker loves McDonald's. And I see the great unwashed homeless people, sorry, but they are. And they're in there, and I don't know if they're using internet or what exactly it is that they're doing, but I had not seen this influx of kids doing their homework at McDonald's. I could be wrong, and if I am, please, super texters, let me know. Here's another one. Joe Biden, confusing gibberish.
We'll never forget lying around and him lying around, actually.
What? I guess, is he talking about Trump lying around?
We'll never forget lying around and him lying around, actually.
People laugh, but I don't know why they're laughing. Now, I could make a play on words and say, well, Biden is certainly one to talk about lying because this is a man that lies all the time. And then I could go through the litany of lies that the man tells all the time that I document literally daily. All right, next. Joe Biden, he's very proud, Joe Biden is, of the fact that he has managed to go around the Supreme Court and pay off all of this student loan debt.
Supreme Court blocked me from relieving student debt, but they didn't stop me.
You know, here's the thing, is that I don't think this is a winning campaign strategy for Biden. I don't. The reason why I say that is because I think that most people do understand the absolute inherent unfairness in all of this, not only going around the Supreme Court, but also just, making all of Americans pay for the college education of a few.
Supreme Court blocked me from relieving student debt, but they didn't stop me.
All right, so there is that. And by the way, again, he's very proud of it. And he's been doing this for, at least a year, right? Maybe it's going on 2 years where the Supreme Court blocked him and then he found all of these different ways around it. But it's not a winning issue because he's not getting the younger vote. You know how Biden randomly screams in the middle of his speeches? He did that.
They're trying to erase black history. We're going to write black history because it's American history.
Did he say that we're going to write black history?
They're trying to erase black history. We're going to write black history because it's American history.
What does that sound like to you? Like, I don't know. Jay, what does that sound like to you? Jeff, what does that comment sound like to you?
Yeah, that's what he sounds like he's saying to me. And so, yeah, we're going to write the history.
Trying to erase black history. We're going to write black history because it's American history.
It sounds a little different to me, but I'm going to move on. But he keeps doing this. And the other thing is he keeps sticking to the same talking points that are not working. So it's almost like the talking points that you're utilizing are not working. Like, for example, Republicans want to erase black history. Well, no, we don't. He said that at Morehouse College. Clearly, there was a lot of pushback from that particular speech. Republicans don't want to erase black history. They've never said they want to erase black history. It is just silly for Joe Biden to say that. Now, if Joe Biden actually did say or mean to say that we want to write black history, okay, whatever that means. But what I would say is your economy, Bidenomics, is actually preventing black people and white people and a whole bunch of folks across America from doing what they want to do. We're all plagued with Bidenomics and the price of things and the rising cost of inflation and interest rates as well, making home ownership an impossibility. So he can say all of these things, but clearly these are all losing issues. It doesn't matter the skin color. This is one of my favorites. You ready?
It's the same guy who wanted to tear gas you as you peacefully protested George Floyd's murder.
So he is saying that Donald Trump wanted to tear gas folks because he's talking to a bunch of black people. So he's saying that Donald Trump wanted to tear gas people as they were peacefully protesting George Floyd's murder.
It's the same guy who wanted to tear gas you as you peacefully protested George Floyd's murder.
I don't know about you folks, but I do remember the Summer of Love, and those were not peaceful protests. People were murdered. A lot of black businesses and black homes were destroyed. People were beaten up. Entire communities were destroyed. Blocks were burned. Cop cars destroyed as well. No, those were not.
It's the same guy who wanted to tear gas you as you peacefully protested George Floyd's murder.
Those were not peaceful protests by any way, shape, or form. 8:15 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Time to check the roads. All right, thank you very much. Appreciate it. 8:15 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. As far as your weather today, partly cloudy. Highs near 80 right now, 60 degrees at Super Talk 99.7 WTN. I got one more audio bite from Joe Biden, then I'm going to move on. I thought this was a funny one. Remember, he's pandering. His numbers amongst the black community are incredibly low. Younger adults are, his numbers are plummeting as well. So this is what this is what Joe Biden said.
On Memorial Day, I proudly stood with a black man.
Really? No, some of my best friends are black. I mean, that's what it is. It
singular, by the way.
Is it just? Yeah. Is it just what it sounds like to me?
On Memorial Day, I proudly stood with a black man.
You know what the funny part about this is? That when he says this, he's got like this blank stare. It's almost like he's waiting for people to clap.
On Memorial Day, I proudly stood with a black man.
Just utter silence. Like people are sitting there, and by the way, it's this massive gymnasium, right? And it's only like half full. That's the other problem that Biden is having.
On Memorial Day, I proudly stood with a black man.
You know what's so funny? There are more people that are showing up to support Donald Trump outside of New York at his hush money trial than show up for an actual campaign event of Joe Biden's. You know what? I haven't previewed this one yet. Let's hear what this one is. RNC research says Biden, pandering, claims President Trump in New York City for the Biden-led witch hunt is pandering. Okay, so Biden is saying that Trump is pandering.
I'm showing you who I am, and Trump is showing you who he is. And today, Donald Trump is pandering and peddling lies and stereotypes.
What?
I'm showing you who I am, and Trump is showing you who he is. And today, Donald Trump is pandering and peddling lies and stereotypes.
I'll give him credit. I understood what he said.
Do you? Because I don't. I get lost in the last part. So hold on.
I'm showing you who I am, and Trump is showing you who he is. And today.
So I'm showing you who I am. Clearly, he does, like to run around naked. Joe Biden. I don't know if Jeff, if you knew that. But he's showing us who he is, and Trump is showing us who he is. So then he says,
today Donald Trump is pandering.
Today Donald Trump is pandering.
And peddling lies and stereotypes.
And presently lies and stereotypes? What does that mean? You said you understood him.
I understood in the way he spoke English properly. I'm not saying I understood what he meant by that. I gave him credit for actually saying words and not slurring.
Okay.
However, yeah, I got nothing.
You got nothing? All right.
I was just happy he spoke a sentence.
Should I ask the super texters what Joe Biden was saying?
Lies and stereotypes.
Lies and stereotypes. All right, whatever. Something tells me that the folks that did show up weren't real impressed with President Biden. And that's one of the things that we're noticing, by the way, is, and I've been talking about this forever, is that the more that people are seeing Joe Biden, the lower his approval rating goes and the higher his disapproval rating goes. And you know what? He also got caught. I don't have time now to do the audio, but he also got caught lying about whether or not he was involved in the civil rights movement. Now, this was one of the moments where I think folks, here in right after the election, I can't remember if it was right after the election or during the campaign, but Biden, kept saying that he was involved in the civil rights campaign. And then people started fact-checking him and said, no, you weren't. As a matter of fact, Joe Biden back in the 80s said that admitted that he wasn't part of the civil rights campaign. Now, all of a sudden in 2024, magically, he was involved in it. So Biden, it's like you don't know. Yeah, Raphael Warnock on CNN. Biden-Harris launch campaign aimed at wooing black voters. They're going to have to bring something better than this. I mean, they really are. There's another thing I saw from CNN earlier where they were talking about how Hollywood, because remember we talked about the insanity of Robert De Niro yesterday. And so now you have folks out there in Hollywood and they're trying to figure out if they want to openly support Joe Biden. Because De Niro, as we covered probably way too much yesterday, but De Niro looked like a complete nut job. And now you're sitting here and you're watching De Niro and how insane he looked, and the American people are looking at Robert De Niro, and probably there's other actors that are out there who may be supportive of Joe Biden, but they're like, don't be like Robert De Niro. Don't be De Niro. Because he looked absolutely insane yesterday. So that is also part of what is going on. And also, you know what they're asking? On CNN, they're asking Warnock about Samuel Alito is not going to recuse himself from, I think it's probably Donald Trump-based issues. Alito is blaming his wife for the flags that were flying upside down in a letter to lawmakers. I just can't get into this. I don't understand. Jay, do you understand this story about the insanity about Alito and these flags?
Yeah, just to me, much ado about nothing.
I don't even care.
Yeah,
I did. I think 2 segments on it, and I had to really convince myself that I cared, because it's obviously, they're going after Alito, and so now Alito is basically telling the Democrats to go pound sand, because he's not going to recuse himself, nor should he recuse himself. I mean, good Lord, they are more concerned about these flags, and these flags that apparently Alito's wife, I don't know, was flying upside down outside of his home. They're more concerned about that than that guy that was stalking Judge Kavanaugh. Remember that guy? Right outside of his home. Right outside of Kavanaugh's home. And the Democrats could give 2 rips about that. But God help us if Alito is flying a flag upside down outside of his house, which, by the way, under Joe Biden, I totally understand why somebody would fly their flag upside down. Totally get it. Is it 8:23? Crap. 8:23 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk. Jeff, you're supposed to tell me when I'm that late. Just kidding. It's on me. 8:23. And people are telling me, Jeff, that I need to be nicer to you. I'm just kidding. Trust me, it's all downhill from here.
I agree with their statements.
8:23 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Johnny's over there laughing. Want to tell you about my friends at Mark Spain Real Estate. Opening up your home to showings means that strangers can open up any part of your house. Now, don't worry about getting around to that spring cleaning. You can sell your home with a guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate and skip the cleaning and organizing necessary to sell your home. You can say goodbye to that stress that comes with a traditional home sale. With the guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate, you can receive an all-cash offer and close within days. There's no showings, no open houses, and no costly repairs. Mark Spain Real Estate makes selling your home stress-free. They've got over 11,000 five-star reviews. Mark Spain Real Estate is the most trusted and most experienced real estate team in America. Call them at 855-299-SOLD. Tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out. That's 855-299-SOLD for Mark Spain Real Estate, and find out what your guaranteed offer would be. That's Mark Spain Real Estate, 855-299-SOLD, and start packing. 824 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Jay Harper in for Ken Weaver. What's coming up in news?
Yeah, Dan, of course, we all know it's the second day of the jury deliberations in the Trump trial. We're going to be hearing from ABC's chief legal analyst. He's going to weigh in on all this. We'll also have this morning's money news. That's all at 8:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Hey, it's Dan Mandis, and I am so glad that California Closets has fixed my closet catastrophe. After exact measuring and planning, they came over and got to work. Yeah, once it was all plotted out on their 3D CAD system, the pieces are measured, cut, and precisely installed into my space. It was clean, fast, and professional, and above all, my new closets look and function great. Now, this was my dormer, and now this is my new dormer thanks to California Closets. Look at all of this added space for shirts and shoes, you name it, and it is cut so precisely, simply amazing. And my old closet that has now been reborn
as the ultimate in style and functionality, making the best use of the space that I had. They can work on just about anything: bedrooms, garages, home offices, closets, pantries, and so much more. Find them online, CaliforniaClosets.com, and see what they can do for you. You can schedule a free design consultation. Mention my name, CaliforniaClosets.com.
.829 Nashville's Morning News. News with Jay is coming up next. Dan Mandis here. Get the speed you need at a great price with Xfinity Internet. Now, you know what's going on in my house. We've got three of us, all of us, working in our computers, doing homework or radio shows. We do depend on Xfinity Internet in my house, and you can too. You can get up to 5 times faster upload speeds for smoother connections on the largest gig speed network from my friends at Xfinity. And Xfinity's gig speed internet is available to 99% of their footprint. In other words, it is fast, reliable, and yes, pretty much everywhere. You can also enjoy all your favorite apps all in one place with a Flex 4K streaming box. You can stay connected on the go with over 20 million secure Xfinity Wi-Fi hotspots nationwide. To get started, call them. Tell them Dan told you to reach out. 1-800-XFINITY. Find them online, xfinity.com, or drop into an Xfinity store today for more details. Actual speeds vary and are not guaranteed. Based on Xfinity's fastest available download speeds, not available in all areas, performance may be limited by customer's device configuration.
Good morning. It is 8:30, and I'm Jay Harper with your top stories. We've got plenty of sunshine, 63 degrees, a complete forecast, and your traffic report are on the way. Day 2 of jury deliberations started this morning in the New York City criminal trial for former President Donald Trump. In fact, they're just now getting things going, 9:30 Eastern Time. On the first day, just after getting the case, the jury asked to rehear testimony from 2 witnesses, Trump's former lawyer and fixer, Michael Cohen, and former National Enquirer publisher David Pecker. ABC News chief legal analyst Dan Abrams.
This is where prosecutors want them to start, right? This is where prosecutors say the plan was hatched. In 2015 at Trump Tower with David Pecker and Michael Cohen and Donald Trump all there talking about how they're going to look out, how David Pecker's going to be the eyes and ears looking out for any negative stories about Donald Trump, potentially to help him politically.
Now let's turn to the market numbers report. We've got the latest money news with Jim Ryan.
From ABC News Wall Street now. It was another big loss for investors Wednesday. The Dow Jones fell 411 points, just over 1% to land at 38,441. The S&P gave up 0.75%. The Nasdaq posted its worst session of the month, falling 0.6%. The CEO at American Airlines says changes the company made during the pandemic to the ways that businesses book flights have backfired. Shares in the carrier closed down more than 13% yesterday. Poor weather and a citrus tree disease have doubled the benchmark price of frozen concentrated orange juice in the past year. Industry analysts say manufacturers now are faced with blending in pear, apple, and grape juice to hold down the cost of orange juice. The latest social media craze is a jab at overconsumption. The No Buy Challenge offers tips, support, and community for users trying to shake the habit of spending more and more money just to accumulate more and more stuff.
Market numbers this morning brought to you by Beacon Capital Management. They can be found online at beaconcm.com. The Dow Index down at 307, the S&P 500 down at 12, and the NASDAQ Index down at 35. That is the latest news, traffic, and weather. They're coming up. I'm Jay Harper, WTN News.
Thank you, Jay. 8:33, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk, 99.7 WTN. I love Window Nation. Now, this is my window company. They have put windows in my downstairs basement studio, and they're going to put new windows also in my kitchen and bedroom very soon. Right now, they've got a great deal going on. If you're thinking about getting new windows, you got to call my friends at Window Nation. They're celebrating by giving you 50% off of all windows. It is their semi-annual sale, and again, celebrating with 50% off of all windows, along with 0% interest for 5 years, plus an additional bonus savings offer when you schedule an appointment today. Tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out, and you're going to get that great deal. Their semi-annual sale, you can replace your windows and, yes, save a ton of money. This month only, get 50% off all windows plus 0% interest for 5 years and a bonus savings offer when you schedule your appointment today. Call them right now for your free in-home consultation. There's no obligation. Tell them Dan told you to reach out at 866-90-NATION. 866-90-NATION. You can find them online, as always, windownation.com. 8:38. Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Welcome on into, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We got 5 amigos today.
Wow. How can we afford it?
Don't tell the people downstairs, man. So Jay Harper is in for Ken Weaver. Hey, Jay.
Jay at his post.
We're down to 4.
Man down.
Couldn't afford Jay.
Hey, Jay.
Hey, howdy.
Wow, you really are filling in for Ken.
Yeah.
Let's see here. Chris, hand. Hello, Chris.
Hey, what's up?
Johnny B's in the studio with us. Hey, Johnny.
Hey, what's happening, guys?
And Jeff Malinoff is running the board. Hey, Jeff.
Hello, good sir.
You know what I've decided that Jeff's new name is going to be?
What is it?
Instead of Jeff Malinoff, because, it's an early start for him at 5 a.m., it's Jeff Nodding Off.
I am a morning person, I have to let you know.
Really? I couldn't tell when I saw you at 4.
Yeah, he was yawning a lot, wasn't he?
I got here before Johnny B did. I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, Johnny doesn't need to get here so early. He's Johnny B.
That's right.
Touche.
Anyway, I thought that was funny, actually. Jeff Nodding Off.
Well, give Jeff time. It'll be Jeff Mouthing Off. Before.
Oh, look at Jay Harper,
everybody. Matt Murphy already used that line.
Oh, did he?
Oh,
Okay.
did he really?
He did. That was like my first week.
Oh,
he used that
okay.
line.
Jeff Mouthing Off.
In fact, I saw Jeff yesterday as I was driving home. He was right near the golf course, I dare say, in College Grove.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Are you a College Grovian? Are you a College Grovite?
I plead the fifth.
Okay.
I think the parents live there.
Oh, okay. Got it. Got it. Very good.
Right near the golf course.
Yes.
Yeah,
Really.
Really?
They don't live on the other side where me and the missus are.
Right. Yeah, it's really lovely.
Yeah.
So, Chris, what did you bring to this?
So there's a video going viral.
Yes.
I don't know how old it is. It wouldn't shock me if Michigan is still doing Zoom court.
Yeah.
But this might be a little bit old, but it was going viral yesterday. A guy shows up to Zoom court, and he's in court, because he has a suspended license. He was driving on a suspended license. And as he pops into Zoom court, the judge is astonished because he's on the Zoom call while driving.
Yeah, here it is.
Assistant Public Defender Natalie Tate for Mr. Harris, who should be present via Zoom.
Mr. Harris, are you driving?
Actually, I'm pulling into my doctor's office, actually. So just give me 1 second. I'm parking right now.
And the judge is like, his jaw has dropped.
You stationary?
I'm pulling in right now at this second. Yes, I am.
Here's the funny part about this is that the guy is he's got no problem at all. He's driving around. It's no problem. He not a care in the world, never thinking that this could piss off the judge.
He puts it in a park. He's like, are you stationary? He's like, and yes, I am.
Yes, I am. That's right. He puts it in park. Very good.
With a smile on his face.
What are we doing?
Your Honor, we are respectfully requesting an adjournment in this matter, up possibly 2 to 4 weeks if the court would allow.
So maybe I don't understand something. This is a driving while license suspended?
That is correct, Your Honor.
And he was just driving. And he didn't have a license.
And the silence is deafening.
They're looking around left and right.
They are. They're looking around.
Even the defense attorney covers her mouth at one point in the video because she understands what this is.
Oh, my God.
Is with the charges, Your Honor, yes.
No, I'm looking at his record. He doesn't have a license. He's suspended and he's just driving.
That is correct, Your Honor.
Is what it is.
Yep. I don't even know why he would do that. So defendant's bond is revoked in this matter. Defendant is to turn himself into the Washington County Jail by 6 p.m. today. Failure to turn himself in will result in a bench warrant with no bond.
And the guy freaks out, of course.
Sir, I can't make it to jail. My license is suspended. How am I going to get there?
I can't get a ride.
Oh, my God.
The video's on my Twitter. The video makes it 100 times better. At Chris Hand on air.
Because you see the face of not only the judge, But the dude, when he realized that the judge was totally calling him out, he's got his head back on the headrest or whatever it is, and his mouth is open like, oh no. And he's suspended. I don't know if he's going to go to jail, whatever it is, but very funny.
Oh, wouldn't it have been better to show up to the court late?
Yes.
Out of the car and be like, sorry, I was having internet issues?
Exactly.
Would have been, but obviously this guy clearly is not very smart. So, yeah, I watched that yesterday, and it was a great laugh. Hey, by the way, Chris, the 535 folks have already heard this. Mother Nature once again has attacked me.
Oh no!
It happened this morning.
What's her beef with you?
I don't know, but I keep winning. You pick a fight with me, whether you're a little cardinal or a skunk, and you're going to end up on the losing end of my RAV4.
It was a skunk this time?
I ran over a skunk.
Oh, my gosh.
Which will excite my wife because she likes the smell of dead skunk. I don't know why, but she does.
Well, that's odd because dead skunk smells a lot like marijuana.
I would know that, Johnny. Funny you would.
Well, I would.
If you are traveling south, I'll tell you exactly where it was. If you're going, south on Nonneville Road, right near Saundersville, if you see a dead skunk on the right-hand side, that's mine.
Mandis was here.
Mandis was here. Let that be let the rest of Mother Nature be on notice. I've got a cardinal and now a skunk.
Did the stink follow you all the way to the office?
It did. Well, no, once I finally got on the highway, it went away. But yeah, it was, it was nasty too.
I had a dog get sprayed by a skunk one time.
Oh, did you?
That's the worst. Tomato bath.
Tomato bath.
Tomato bath.
Is that what you do with an animal?
That's a thing, yes.
Tomato sauce.
You do it if you're a person also.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, the acidity in the tomato sauce.
Yeah. When I was about 7 years old, my dad and I hunting in Texas, he saw something rustling in the grass. He stomped it. It was a skunk.
Whoops.
And, I had to ride home with him in a truck.
That must have been fun.
Yeah, in the cab of a pickup truck. And
can I ask a question though? Why was your dad stomping on something he didn't know was in
because
teaching a lesson?
Yeah, that was he
was
thought
in a bush.
He thought it was like a rat or something. Again, this is South Texas in the grass there. It turned out to be a skunk who was not happy.
I bet not.
So what happened to the skunk?
Hell, I don't know, but I know that again I had to ride home with stinky dad. And the bird dogs, we ran bird dogs. The dogs, they smelled like it. I mean, we lived with it for a while.
That's a lot of tomato sauce. All right, now, I want to do at 5:35, Jeff and Jay and Johnny, we played the audio of the Proud College Graduates.
Oh, yes.
This is
great. Did you see this?
I've seen this.
So how many of these, Chris, do you know? So this is, NYU. And they've got their hats on, their little tassels, they've got their diplomas in hand, and they are proudly proclaiming their graduation diplomas.
Hi, my name is Lex, and my concentration is the performance of self.
What is the performance of self?
I don't know. Is that an OnlyFans thing?
Oh, my God.
I was going to say, maybe it's a self-pleasuring thing.
I mean, with a degree like that, that's your career.
That's what I thought.
That's your career prospects.
That's the first thing that hit my mind, but I kept it out on the 5:30.
So much better to do it at 8:35 when there's a lot more listeners.
I busted my butt for 4 years because my dad was so proud of me when I graduated college. I remember the look on my dad's face of sheer pride as I graduated college. And now this is what you can graduate in. I don't understand the
Well,
world
listen,
anymore.
their parents paid for this crap.
Yeah, they did. Or we did.
What are you going to do when Kennedy comes to you and she says, great point, Johnny, and says, Dad, I want my major to be performance of self.
You're going to have to pay for it yourself. I'll tell you that much.
Here's another one.
Hi, I'm Gabrielle. My concentration is creative direction, production, and narrative through the arts, performance, and written word.
What was it? Creative direction of what?
Creative direction of production and arts, performance, and written word.
So she gets coffee for the director.
That's a nothing word.
That's nice. We used to call them gophers.
Yes.
That's what it sounds like.
That's what she is.
All right, next.
Hi, my name is Karina Gomez, and my concentration is in journalism and Latin American studies with an emphasis in human rights, collective memory, and political violence.
I think she's a Democrat.
Liberal.
That's a perfect journalist in 2024.
That's She wants to change the world.
Yes.
I've heard NPR might be hiring.
Human rights. What do you work on? Breathing, eating, drinking water?
Free Palestine. Free Palestine.
Exactly.
Yeah, we were talking earlier. That's the woman that's going to be screaming, free Palestine.
Yeah, she has check stubs from Soros.
That's exactly right. All right, here's another one.
Hi, my name is Stephanie Lee, and I studied the sociology of environmental communication.
Sociology and environmental communication.
Once again.
It sounds better than just human rights, to be honest with you, and it sounds better than just political violence, to be fair.
What is environmental communication?
I don't know, man.
I don't know.
It sounds
tree hugging.
smarty.
Yep, talking to trees.
That's exactly what we said too.
Yeah,
Earlier.
screaming at trees.
We said tree hugging.
Yeah.
That's the class she took. Tree hugging 101.
Tree hugging 101.
205.
Listen, you know what you learn in tree hugging 101 is watch for those splinters.
It's true.
Okay.
But I'm bumped.
Hi, my name is Sophie Lopez, and my concentration is titled Queering and Decolonizing Theater Practice.
So now for this one, I had to go and I had to look at the captions.
Creating decolonizing theater practices?
Queering and decolonizing theater practice. I don't...
Would it...
A lesbian legal alien.
Drag shows?
Are you just colonizing them with queer thought?
I don't know. Queering and decolonizing theater practice. You know what we need? We need like an egghead from one of the universities to explain this to us. Like what exactly? Because I am genuinely curious as to what these classes are.
Yeah. It's hard to figure out with their descriptions.
After you get through the Communist Manifesto, it's pretty much a breeze.
That's exactly right.
I will say, one of the classes I took, my last summer class to graduate, was a class called Rap and God. So it literally could be any class can exist about any subject whatsoever.
Well, whoever sat here, they marked on they carved into this table.
Oh, okay.
And it just says, God is real, God is real.
Well, he is real.
Yeah, he is real. I agree.
Yeah. Truth has been carved into the WTN desk.
I just hope it doesn't upset the Office of No.
Are you kidding? They're never up here. At least not when I'm up here. Maybe that's a coincidence. Moving on.
My name is Reed, and I study music business and gender studies.
Music business and gender studies.
All right.
Now, I said earlier, the music business sucks. Artists cannot get paid for music anymore because of streaming, and there's only two genders. But then...
No.
Yeah, but then I
corrected you.
I was fact-checked because there's like 90,000 genders.
There's a lot. There's a lot of genders.
Yeah, they have to figure out what gender they want to be now.
And furries.
Yes.
Yeah.
I love those furries.
Yeah. Wonder if Boy George was the instructor, perhaps.
Or Bowie, David Bowie.
Is he still alive, Boy George?
Uh-huh.
Yes.
Is
In
he?
fact, I think he's put out a new song.
Boy George?
Yeah.
Okay.
He's decolonizing and queering the nursing home.
Starting with platinum.
Here's another one.
My name is Elliot Wright, and my concentration is art as a social mechanism.
Art as the social mechanism.
That's not real. That's fake.
He has a man crush. On an MSNBC.
Oh, did you hear that MSNBC audio about the guy that has the man crush on Judge Juan Marchand?
No, but does it shock you?
Oh, my God. You didn't hear this? All right. Oh, doggone it.
We're switching lanes, boys.
Well, we are because I'm not sure which is more ridiculous, the college grads that we were just hearing or this guy.
I think this guy takes the cake.
Yeah, Andrew Weissman.
Yeah,
legal analyst. And he was the top prosecutor for the Mueller investigation.
Imagine
that. Makes all the
What a
sense in the
coincidence.
world.
Yes.
Yeah.
So
I've got such a man crush.
So this is what sounds awfully natural to you, Johnny. So
not as natural as yours.
Tell me about it. Tell me about it. That has been brought up many times now over the past couple weeks. This is what passes for political analysis and legal analysis on MSNBC.
As you've noted with respect to Judge Marchand, I mean, I am like now, I have like a man crush on him. Right. He is such a great judge that it's hard to see that the jurors wouldn't have the same impression. I mean, you just keep on thinking, if you looked in a dictionary for like judicial temperament, that's what you get.
I hear his toes curling.
Yes. Yeah. You sure got a pretty mouth.
I'm telling you, it must be fun at Jay's house.
Who was it that throw going up his leg? Who was that for Obama on MSNBC?
Oh, Chris Matthews.
That is like right up there with Chris Matthews.
Yes, it is.
Man, I hadn't thought about him in forever.
Yeah, nobody has.
Not even Mrs. Matthews.
Probably wants to forget about it. Anyway, yeah, so there you go. That is what passes for political analysis on MSNBC.
Wow.
I have such a man crush.
Meantime, that does, Johnny. You sound really good doing that.
Thank you.
Meantime, you've got, the likes of and I did the compare and contrast earlier. You've got the likes of Ted Cruz who are really pissed off.
This is not about law. This is not about criminal justice. This is about politics.
I mean, just look at the difference. The other thing about Mr. Man Crush there is, whether it's Jonathan Turley or Ted Cruz or Alan Dershowitz or Andrew McCarthy, I had audio from all these guys, they're bringing serious legal analysis. And then you've got this guy, admitting to a man crush. It is very bizarre.
He's on MSNBC. The judge definitely works out.
Yes, he does.
All right. What's coming up?
Well, I have a bunch of audio as well. Biden in Philadelphia accusing Trump of pandering while he panders. I thought Alice Cooper was on The View, but it was Joe Biden, so I have audio from that. And we have more reaction from the Trump trial of the century as we anticipate a verdict. Is the countdown clock still going on all the major networks?
Yeah, CNN had that clock yesterday.
CNN really? Okay, I didn't see a clock on there today. But
they had a ticker. And they also had the bathroom outlines for jurors. So it's like 7 men with like the men bathroom and then 5 women.
Oh, did they?
And this is, CNN admitting men and women. Go. Weird.
All right. A lot more with Chris Hand coming up next, 8:54. Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. All right. So you can meet me, Chris, Matt Murphy as well this coming Saturday, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. at the Glock Store in Nashville. It is their 4th annual open house. Woo! So much going on, including a ton of giveaways and really low prices as well. Well, we can't really talk about all of the low prices because I've only got 60 seconds and I'm already running late. But here's what you can do. You can sign up for an email alert at glockstore.com/OH24 as in open house 24, OH24. And again, you can do that at glockstore.com. Father's Day is coming up. This is a great place to do some Father's Day shopping as well. And again, that all happens this Saturday, June 1st at the Glock Store's 4th annual open house. Sign up for that email alert, glockstore.com/OH24. It is the 4th annual open house from the Glock Store, minutes from the airport and worth the drive from anywhere, especially on June 1st. Thank you, Jay. 8:56, Jack, whoever that was. 8:56 on Nashville's Morning News. Chris is telling me a story off the air, which I desperately want more information on, and we don't have enough time. Can you save that for tomorrow?
Yes.
Save it tomorrow for 8:35 and the gang of 4 or 5 amigos.
Yes.
That'll be great to hear.
Google AI and Star Wars.
Yes, I can't wait to hear it. All right, 8:56. Dan Mandis here in the middle of a great backyard makeover, and I know the value of updating and upgrading your backyard, and Moon Valley Nurseries can help you if you've been thinking about doing this same thing. Now, think about what you would do if you wanted your perfect backyard. Then what I want you to do is check out Moon Valley Nurseries online. It's moonvalleynurseries.com/get growing. Now, when you update and upgrade your backyard, you can actually add a ton of livable space to your home. Now, when you do this, Moon Valley Nurseries, they can help you. If you're not quite sure what you want to do, but you know that you need to do something, get a free design consultation from Moon Valley Nurseries. And again, you can check them out online for all kinds of photos, moonvalleynurseries.com. You can prepare for any backyard event, big or small. They can help you by creating the perfect setting for anything, big or small. So check them out today. Tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out. moonvalleynurseries.com/getgrowing. moonvalleynurseries.com/getgrowing.